Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day two. So we're here this morning with Rob Zile and Mary Cywerka. Mary, would you like to say a few words? Mary's from our board, and I know she wants to just say good luck to you all.
Good morning. Good morning. Happy to be here and look forward to the presentations. Good luck to everybody.
Thanks, Mary. All right, Rob, you want to kick it off?
I do want to kick it off. Thank you, Kat. First of all, I want to start off by saying that I'm actually presenting today, and I took this for granted. I put a lot of pressure on you all that this wasn't a big deal, but I'm a little nervous right now, and I'm excited to get mine over with. But with that being said, it's a nervous excitement. I'm really thrilled to be able to be part of this particular cohort. PMA 12 has done a fantastic job. Day one was just off the charts. And no pressure for us on day two. I'm sure we'll be fine, but thanks a lot. Appreciate you raising the bar. I also wanted to really thank Kat and her team. This cohort has been fantastic because of what you've done, Kat, to get us ready for this. Walking with us in our journey, making sure that each one of us are ready to go, not only for the first and second presentations, but all of our components along the way, learning Canva, all the SWOT, the Pestle, all the other tools, making sure we had our assignments in there, and then just dealing with us as far as our any kind of issues, concerns, and reassuring us that we would be fine. You've just picked us up, took us under your wing, and just helped us to advance our skills. And so today should be a celebration, but thank you for everything that you've done, Maurisa and the rest of your team that worked behind the scenes tirelessly to put us in this place to excel and exceed expectations is a large part to what you've done to take this program to the next level. And I just want to say on a personal note that I'm so thrilled that you're part of our team and in a leadership role to take it to a whole nother level that honestly I didn't know existed, but you shifted into a whole different gear. So thank you. On behalf of all of us participants, thank you for everything that you've done to take PMA and our reputation, the credibility of the program and the outcomes and deliverables that much higher. So I want to say thank you for everything you've done.
Well, it's my absolute pleasure. And honestly, watching these practice presentations this last couple of weeks, I mean, I'm just so proud of all of you. There's some really amazing projects. Rob and I were talking about, I just don't know how in the heck we're going to pick a best project. So all of you have done such a great job, and we're really excited for today. Okay, and our first presenter today is Dion Ingram, and Dion is from the Bureau of Workers' Compensation. Over to you, Dion.
Thank you, Kat. Good morning, everyone. As Kat said, my name is Dion Ingram. I'm work for the Bureau of Workers' Compensation. Today, I'm first up, so that's pretty exciting and nervous at the same time. But before I start, I just want to give a little background about myself. I've worked in public service for about 20 years in the federal level, county, and now the state level. Also, I started working for the BWC in 2012, and I'm currently the manager for our project management office, and I started there in 2017. And I have a staff of 9 staff currently that report to me. Little tidbit, because I am a project manager, I am a certified project manager. My project management bug started when I was in the military. I worked in logistics and in transportation, and I was in Desert Storm 1. So I'm sort of dating myself there, but I was in Desert Storm 1, and that's where my project management experience started. So I just want to give a little background on that. Before I start and talk about my project this morning, I want to give a little bit of history and sort of like a timeline and talk about my state agency, because when people hear about BWC, they're like, okay, workers' comp, really don't know too much about what we do. But workers' comp, it was established in 1912. It is the exclusive provider of workers' compensation insurance in Ohio. And we service 257,000 public and private employers in the state of Ohio. So basically, if you're going to do work with Ohio, the state of Ohio, in Ohio, outside of Ohio, you have to go through us for insurance. We have about 1,600 employees. Our running assets is $22 billion. And we are the largest state-run insurance system in the United States, one of the largest. And one of the things that we're different from other state agencies is that if you work for the BWC, Our income, our salary, our wages come from the employers and not the citizens of Ohio. So we're a little different compared to other state agencies. I just want to give an overview also of what we do. We do things besides just, of course, cover insurance. We also process claims. We also deal with safety, going into the workplace and helping employers have workplace safety. So that's one of a big initiative for us because, you know, injured workers, we want to make sure we want to prevent that. So we do go and we collaborate with the employers of the state to implement programs that will help them have a safe environment. And then I also wanted to cover our mission. Our mission is, if you ever hear one of our representatives or directors or a CEO go out into the community and speak, or if you talk to a fellow employee of someone that works for BWC, you will always hear them say one agency, and it's pushed from the top down. We want to be one agency. We want to work together, and our focus is always on customer service. We want to make sure that we address every issue that comes on the call center, through our emails, and it's always pushed that we are one agency, regardless of what your title may be or your job. We are here to help people. So now I want to talk about and give, like I said, a little history about my project. So my objective was to create a project team within the Bureau of Workers' Compensation. I want to tell you, this is my agenda today. I'm going to talk about the scope and the overview of my project, how to create a project team. I'm going to talk about a pilot that was selected. I'm pretty excited about that. The action plans, our next steps, and our challenges for the future. I'm going to talk about our scope. Being the manager, which I think was sort of an advantage for me because I am a manager for the project management office, but our leadership gave a directive that they wanted the PMO to create a pilot product team for business areas within the agency. We have over 17 divisions within our agency, and within different divisions, there may be 2 to 5 different business areas. And basically, we wanted to have a product team embedded within the business area so that we can address their needs quickly without having to go up the structure of governance and coming to the project management office, which can be quite lengthy at times just because of the paperwork and sign-offs that we need. So we decided, let's have a team embedded within that area to address something very quickly, not only for our external stakeholders, but also our internal stakeholders. So what we wanted to do, we wanted to develop a team for 6 to 8 people with various skill sets from information technology to the business area. And they want to deliver products or deliver quick hit things for that business area. And it had to be within a month. So we decided not a month, but a 12-month time frame. So we gave us a year for this pilot so we can track all the work that they've done. So that's what we decided to do. As I said, a product team is just a bunch of professionals coming together with a collaborative effort to produce a product for that business area. The team consists of many different roles, from software developer, a leader. We want to develop that so it can be self-contained and address the needs for that business area in the agency. Now I want to give a timeline of how we got to this pilot. So what is very fortunate for us at the agency, at the BWC, is that we have the buy-in with our leadership and with our executives. And it all started in 2017. Before 2017, as I mentioned, we have 17 divisions within our agency. And a lot of the information, the projects that were being done were in silos. And we really were not aware of what each of the business areas were doing. At a time for an agency of our size, for a year, before the PMO was established, we may have hit 10 projects done within a year, which for our resources is not very good. So in 2017, they created the PMO. And you can see the PMO, and this is how I represent the PMO, what I say about the PMO. We're like Switzerland. We're neutral. We don't have buy-in for any of the business areas. We are just going to come in and we're going to look at your project and your requests without any type of say. whether yes or no, but we want to make sure that it aligns up with the strategy of the agency, that with the strategic direction of our agency. So in 2017, the creation of the PMO was established. And when it was established, we said, look, we're the PMO, but we need to teach our staff how to run a project within those business areas. So from 2017 to 2019, which is over 2 years, we had consultants come in, and they would come in and they would teach our staff how to run projects, different type of project methods. We started with information technology with our development teams, and then we spread that out to the whole agency. It was open to the whole agency. Whoever had an interest, they had the opportunity to have training. And we went to all the different business areas within the agency, and we selected about 3 to 5 people to lead. And then after about a year and a half, we opened it up to anyone that wanted to come. And we developed that with the help of the PMs, my project managers, we would help guide some of those sessions as well. Because we felt for this to go agency-wide, everyone had to have a foundation as to what was needed. So from 2017 to 2019, that's what we did. And then, of course, as we all know, COVID hit. And then we were basically all sent home, and it was put on pause as far as that next step, as far as creating a pilot. Even though we were remote and there were small pockets of, I say, projects going in this type of method, it wasn't what we were looking for. So from 2020 to 2022, we put a pause due to COVID. So then at the late of 2022, when we started to come back into the offices on a hybrid basis, we said, okay, let's pick this back up again. And let's see if we can do this pilot. So in July of 2023, the pilot was selected and it was started. And it ended just this year, June of 2024. So I want to give just a recap of how we have transitioned from the start in 2017 to where we are now with this pilot that was selected. Now, when we were picking the pilot, we did do a SWOT analysis. We had to determine what it was the strengths, what we were trying to do. We wanted to have a diverse skill set. We wanted to develop people's leadership skills. We wanted to give them some type of autonomy and ownership of what they were doing. And we wanted to apply project management methods within each of the teams. We felt that this would be a great opportunity for employee retention, because at times we had some of our teams, they were working in 5 to 6 different divisions on 5 to 6 different projects, and they were becoming overwhelmed. And that was the feedback that we received. So we decided, let's have the pilot project where they can only focus on that area, and with those projects coming in, and then they wouldn't be spread all out. So we thought this would be good for employee retention. Now, the weaknesses always is the skill gap, because not all skills are the same. So we knew we had the weakness would be the skill gap. We knew it would be resistance to change, because some people, they're not used to being in a collaborative setting where you're in a room and then everyone's giving their different ideas, especially with developers and IT, they're sort of, behind the computer in a little room. They really don't want to socialize. So we had to break them out of that mindset. And then, of course, there's always those threats of stakeholder conflict. And of course, we always have new administration or a new CEO. So we always have those threats that are coming, and we need to keep that in mind. We also did SMART. We wanted to be specific. We wanted it to be 6 to 8 members of a team, because sometimes if a team is too big, it's difficult to manage. So we had 6 to 8 members of the team. We wanted to be measurable. We wanted to make sure that we get these deliverables met out in a timely manner. And I'm going to talk about that, the process and methods later. We wanted to be achievable. We wanted to be a dedicated team, and that they'll have no distractions to make sure that the work was done. And we wanted to make sure that it aligned to our vision and mission of the agency. Did it meet our strategic goals? Weren't we being an agile agency? And also we had to have a time box. It had to be 12 months. We felt that a year, because our fiscal years go from July 1 to June 30, we felt like that would be a good time to gauge and manage and measure how successful the pilot would be. And this is just our action plan. As I mentioned, we want to have a pilot team. We said you need to meet 3 times a week. You need to have a project manager be engaged. We need to make sure that you're using the right project methods that we were taught throughout the agency. So this is just an action plan that we proposed. So now I'm going to get into the pilot that was selected. What was selected, the name of the pilot is called Oracle Intelligence Advisor. That was the product team. And this is what we're doing. I'm going to give an overview. What is OIA? OIA is a decision automation tool set. Basically, it's the framework for our grant program administration. Basically, we offer grants to the employers of Ohio. And what we wanted to do, we wanted to, for those employers to come in to our system. It's a web-based, Oracle Cloud Solution is a web-based solution. So basically, they were going to the web and they will apply for the grant. So the OIA is the grant management system for BWC. Currently, we house 4 programs within OIA. You may see here what's happening here. You see the firemen right here. That is the firefighters exposure environmental elements grants. So there's 4 programs that we house right now. We do with firefighters, we deal with safety first, dealing with the employers of Ohio. We also deal with school safety as well. The priorities of the OIA program is the grant management process. We wanted to make it quicker. We wanted to streamline the process. Before we did to a cloud-based system, it was all over it was in spreadsheets, Excel, Access. It was in many different areas. Now we wanted to centralize that, and we wanted to eliminate all paperwork. We wanted to make it user-friendly, and we wanted the process time to be cut down drastically because we were getting feedback that this is taking too long. There wasn't a way that we had a good workflow where the employers would know what we requested, if things were approved. So that was the objective of the project team. As I mentioned, a centralized platform for the grant management system. We want to deliver a simple and easy way for the customer experience, for the customer to be on the web. And we wanted to provide feedback as they went through the application process. Basically, this is the scope of the pilot. This is what we wanted the team to produce. This is what business told us. This is what we want. We wanted to be able to track approvals, payments, reimbursements. We wanted to see who was coming into the system just for interest, like they're interested in the grants, and we had to have a feedback, how we can communicate with them. Of course, we had to talk about reporting, and we had to monitor what was going on. So I'm happy to say within that 12-month time, our team was able to produce 24 deliverables to our team, not only internal, but external. We were able to cut down on processing time. There were times where it was taking like 120 days just for them to get through the process. We cut that down to 60 days. We also had ability where they would have the certifications would be there. So this is just part of the deliverables that the team produced. We also had a case study that was built. We had a grant payments automation that was built. So they had 24 deliverables that they were able to deliver within a year. I talked about earlier about the process and methods and what they used to reach those deliverables. What they used was a Kanban and a Scrum approach. Basically, a Kanban and a Scrum approach is a team would get together. They would get together every day, but this team decided to get together 4 days out of the week, and they would get together probably about 30 minutes at the beginning of the day. And they would ask questions like, what are you doing? Do you have any blockers? And what are your next steps? So this is what they would do. They would meet, they would create user stories. And basically these are the cards that they would have to do their work. And I'm going to show you a diagram of that in the next 2 slides. Not only did they have to meet as a team, but they also had to engage their stakeholders as well. Every 2 weeks, at the end of every 2 weeks, they would meet with their stakeholders and they would give them a demonstration of what they had produced. That was to make sure we had quick feedback to make sure that what they were building aligned to what the stakeholders wanted. So if it wasn't correct, they would go back and fix it, and then they would have another demo, and then we get the okay from the stakeholders, and then we would go ahead and put in production. So within about a month, if they would have that, they would be able to use that within the system. This is a Kanban board, what I talked about earlier. Every 2 weeks, the team had to produce some type of deliverable to the business. And so this is just their workflows, how they did their work, like to do what they were currently doing, the work in progress, was it validated? And then it would go into production. When I say go into production, that means because it is a web-based application, it would go to the cloud and it would be in production. So I'm excited to say we did have return on investment this year. In February of 2024, our grant management system had to stop. We had to shut it down because we ran out of money. The reason why it was ran out of money, because it was easier to process the grants. People were able to obtain the money for their businesses quicker. We were able to respond as far as the BWC to their requests. So from February, we had to shut it down. And then we had to apply for additional $8 million had to be submitted into the fund this year. So we're really excited about that in a sense, I mean, I'm not excited that we had to shut it down, but it just shows by having the product team there, they were able to deliver a quick product quickly. And this was the first time that the grant submission process was frozen due to the funds being obtained prior to the close of our fiscal year. So we never had that happen before. Before, we would have the year and money would still be sitting there. And it was so cumbersome to go through our system. And we were able to streamline that. So we're very excited about that. And these are just some of our team members. I just wanted to list them, their names here, because I was really excited about what they did. And so I just want to give them some kudos. Our developers, we had a business process analyst, and these are the people that worked on our team. So after that success, after every success, there's always going to be challenges. Like, what are our next steps? What do we do? So, of course, we evaluated our success metrics. We gathered feedback from our stakeholders, not only internal, but external. We documented what we learned. What could we do better? So this year, what they've decided to do, they decided that not only are we just going to have one product team, we're going to have 3. So now we're in the process of setting up 2 additional product teams within different business areas. We're doing employer services, which we've never done before. And then we also are doing one of the medical divisions. We're also bringing them into the product team to help them. So we're going to implement the same methods that we used in the pilot, and we're going to spread it out to those business areas this year. And also during this pause, we also said we need to enhance our team skill set. So we sent our team out for training, some things for new technology, because technology is always changing. So we sent our team out to learn some new technology that could enhance not only the grant management system, but also help the employer services and the medical division with the systems that they currently have. And so we just wanted to refine and enhance our product teams and make them better. And the feedback that we had received was that some of the people being on the product team, they decided that they weren't going to retire because they really felt like the stress was removed from their shoulders from working many different projects. Now that they're focused just in one area, they felt really happy about that. So we addressed that record retention, retention of our employees. So some of the challenges that we will be facing that we have to be aware of is the scope creep. Once you're successful, we want to make sure we still stay on the path that's been proven successful and not add different things in. And also resource management, we want to make sure that we keep the team small and not too big. And there's always technology challenges, always, because we're changing all the time. And then new administration, because with new administration, they may come in with a different strategic objective, and we have to shift and meet that. And then, of course, if the governor always gives us a new direction, we have to be able to meet whatever the governor decides we need to do and align our goals with the business. So building on the initial success of a project team involves careful planning, consideration of the potential challenges, and being focused on continual improvement and collaboration. So this is my presentation this morning, and now I am free for questions.
Wow, what an awesome job. Thank you so much, Dion. That was amazing. Okay, I've got a question from Mindy Vance. Mindy wants to know if you used Lean Ohio to help you cut your processes.
Well, a lot of them were. We did go in, we did talk about what we could do. I know we did what would we do? Because a lot of the project managers, we went in and we did some different methods, but we did like the Kanban method, where we went and we did the user stories. We went on a board and we said, can we do this? Can we not do this? And we said, no, this is not efficient. So we did do some lean processes, yes.
I know Rob has a comment about that. Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, that's Mindy stole my thunder because I saw a lot of PMA tools, but I saw a lot of Lean Ohio Bootcamp tools in there too. I was like, there had to have been some kind of exposure to that. But I do have a question though. I really appreciate how you addressed the perspective from your coworkers and the reduction of their stress and retention. Can you just elaborate more on what their feedback was and using the new tools, why they wanted to stay, how this is going to affect the culture and the operations from their perspective?
Well, when we started to pilot, even before COVID, people were like, we're stressed. I mean, we have so many projects. We had developers on 6 to 8 projects. And I said, this is just overwhelming. So we went back to our CEO, because we do have a CEO. We went back to our executives. I said, this is the feedback we're receiving. I think if we have a pilot team where people are only focusing on 2 to 3 on that one business area in their requests, it would take off the stress of the people. So what they did, they said, go ahead and implement it and let's see what we could do. So the feedback I received is like, they're staying longer. They're not going to retire because we are in a hybrid environment still, and they still can interact with people. So that's what I've received so far. That's the way we were able to get rid of that stress, by letting them focus just only on one thing at a time. I know people are already talking about multitask. You can only focus on one thing at a time. And so that's what we decided to do. I hope I was able to answer all your questions there, but as far as the feedback from staff.
No, it's great. I really like that. And the other thing that I want to just hit on is the 3 E's I talk about all the time is to equip, empower, and execute. And I really think that this is a great example of putting all those 3 tools into place, especially the empowering your teams, like getting the feedback, figuring out how you can streamline things, making more of things efficient, effective, but also saying, hey, maybe we can do more by doing less or actually going further. So I really like the fact that you brought them into the decision-making process. The leadership listened and tweaked things, and obviously I hope they're going to see the results, and it sounds like they are, that they're looking for. So fantastic.
I think I have found new leaders by having the product team. I think what we did with the product team, we made them get up and present in front of our executives, which they never have the opportunity to even engage with them. So I pushed them out of their comfort zone. And I found we have some great leaders in our agency now by giving them the opportunity to do this.
That's awesome. That's what I love to hear. Fantastic job.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dion. You're awesome. Yeah. Okay, everyone. And up next, we have our own Rob Zile from Cleveland State University. All right, Rob, go for it.
Thanks, Kat. Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Rob Zile, and I'm the director of the Ohio Certified Public Manager Program here at Cleveland State University. The title of my project is called the OCPM Stackable Degree Process. Well, I hope I got your attention with that and I didn't scare you too bad, but folks, we are right in the middle of the perfect storm. Perfect storm, you say? Yes, the silver tsunami, the great resignation brought on by COVID, and also the enrollment cliff that the university is currently going through right now. Right now, the public sector is dealing with the perfect storm, with all three of these storms coming together right now, today, as we speak. The purpose of my project is to do something about that storm. So my question is this the perfect storm or the perfect opportunity? As I took a look at this perfect storm, I really wanted to create a systematic approach that would attract, retain, and develop the current and future public sector professionals across the state of Ohio, and also help Cleveland State University with their university enrollment goals. One of the key parts of Public Management Academy is to build that toolkit to help us not only with our day-to-day operations, but also to help us build out our scope and action plans for the projects. I took a look at a strategic audience analysis, and I came up with three main groups that this project would address. First of all, our OCPM participants. That includes all of our alumni, our current participants, and hopefully any future participants as well. That list includes our Leadership Academy, our Public Management Academy, and our Lead Ohio Bootcamp participants. The second group is all of the sponsoring agencies that we work with across the state, from the local, county, state, special district, and our nonprofit agencies. And finally, the last group is our home base, Cleveland State University. Another one of the popular tools that we learned about was the SWOT. I wanted to use the SWOT to kind of help create the story for how this is all coming together and why I think this is a great opportunity for everybody involved. First of all, one of our strengths is that the CPM program is a nationally accredited and recognized program. We're in over 42 states right now, and we're expanding across the globe. This program, OCPM, creates a networking opportunity and career advancement for the professionals in the public and nonprofit sector. Going to the W for the weaknesses, one of the things I realized is that we are not statewide yet. This limited exposure and limited course offerings really needs to be addressed. And there's also a lack of awareness statewide. We obviously have a great representation from Northeast Ohio. We also have been excited to expand down to Central Ohio this year, but we have 88 counties to serve. And so there is a huge weakness for us to get the awareness across the entire state of Ohio. Shifting gears over to the opportunities, I want to give a quick shout out to my partner in crime, Kat Holo, and to Alyssa Yapel, who are working on a strategic partnership right now with the Ohio Department of Natural Resources. This is an example of what partnerships really look like. And it's through that partnership that we are hoping and actually working on right now that they, Kat and Alyssa, will actually have an MOU with the Ohio Department of Natural Resources to expand the program statewide through the use of their wonderful state parks. Additional opportunities include leveraging technology, like obviously we're on Zoom. We use Teams, Mural, a number of different online e-learning platforms just have allowed us, actually as a result of COVID, to literally connect with folks from all four corners of the state. We hope that we can address the increased demand by this platform and by those regional sites. And this process, the stackable degree, will create that academic integration that we're looking for to help our individuals in the program. Finally, I looked at the threats. There's two main threats that I wanted to point out here. First of all, our economic constraints. We know the budgets are tight. We know that people are dealing with inflation, and we know that organizations sometimes might not have the resources to create tuition reimbursement programs or employee development funds. And so we're hoping that this perk, this process, will help to motivate and facilitate the development of the next generation of leaders. And the other thing I wanted to address was the concept of depleted workforce. We know that a lot of agencies that we partner with are, again, dealing with this great resignation, and there's several holes or gaps in their service delivery, and they need to find a way to reinforce and invest in their workforce. Another one of the tools we talked about in class is the PESTEL analysis. I am not going to sit here and read every block. I wish I could, but I wanted to highlight a few of them that really impacted my desire to get this project underway. First of all, under the politics, I wanted to really highlight the public administration trends. I've been here for 20 years now, and this is not your grandma and grandpa's government. Things are moving fast. The use of technology, advanced skills, customer service, quick turnaround. We need to deliver state-of-the-art services, state-of-the-art facilities, and it is changing right before our eyes. Moving over to the E on economy, I took a look at the cost of education. Not only the cost of the programs for us, but also the education for folks to achieve and matriculate and hit their academic goals. It's really expensive. Budgets are tight. Inflation is really bad right now. So we had to find a way to make this economical for our participants and for the agencies. Next, under the society, the demand for public managers. I get calls weekly, if not daily, from our agencies that we serve that say, send us anybody you got, from our traditional academic courses to the partners that we serve with, or folks that are transitioning mid-career from another sector. They are looking for folks to backfill this gap. We're moving over to technology. I want to again highlight the concept of the e-learning platforms. We know that COVID was horrible in the sense of what it did for us from a health perspective. But on the positive side, the public sector was thrusted into e-learning platforms and the use of technology to conduct business, which has been a huge game changer for us. Again, we are able to use Zoom, Teams, Mural, and other things to really be efficient and effective with the delivery of the courses, but also we know that this is a business practice now that's standard across the entire public sector. Shifting over to the environment, I highlighted the concept of sustainability. Yes, sustainability from the traditional terms in the sense of trying to be green and conscious as far as the global warming. An example of that is Wendy Finn from the Greater Cleveland Regional Transit Authority. Her project was all about reducing or eliminating the carbon footprint. We have a lot of projects in the system from our peers that are looking at those type of issues. But I also wanted to talk about sustainability from the operations for the agencies that we work with, municipalities, the county, the special districts, and of course, Cleveland State University. We need to make sure that our agencies are running as efficiently and effectively as possible. And the only way we're going to do that is to have an outstanding workforce. And finally, under the law, I wanted to look at our wages. You might say, why wages? What are you talking about that? I know for a fact, anecdotally, there are a lot of folks that are out of position, that are in leadership roles in an interim, temporary basis, that are running organizations that are in leadership roles, but they cannot get the wages that they deserve because they may or may not have the certification, the degrees, and what other hoops that they have to jump through to actually get that permanent leadership role and the salary that they deserve. And so the idea about the stackable degree process is that we are able to help them matriculate to get those certifications and the degree to put them in that permanent position to get the wages that they deserve. So what is this whole project about? Working with our academic team, our president of the university, the provost, and our director of the school, they granted academic credit for the stack. We were like, Rob, what is the stack? The stack includes our Lean Ohio boot camp. That will get 2 credit hours, 2 academic credit hours. The next part of the stack is the Public Management Academy, which you're in today. That will earn 6 academic credit hours. Next is our Leadership Academy, an additional 6 credit hours. And the top of the stack, or an additional program that you may or may not be aware of right now, is something called the Apple program, which is our Credit for Life experience. The stack, as it says right here, is the combination of your certification and automatic academic credit. From this day forward, you all on the screen and any sponsors or participants will not only earn the certification, but academic credit, either at the bachelor's or undergraduate level. Anywhere from 2 to say 20 hours towards either a bachelor's or master's. It's pretty exciting. So part of the process is to actually put in the infrastructure so that you all can secure this academic credit. Working with, again, the registrar's office, our provost office, the president's office, and our team here in the college, we came up with 4 steps to hopefully make this as efficient and effective as possible. Number 1, complete either the Lean Ohio Bootcamp, Public Management Academy, or Leadership Academy, or the stack, all 3 of them, to earn the credit. Number 2, complete our online intake form, which I'll show you in 1 minute. Number 3, complete the registration process working with our registrar and Treasury Services to complete your registration and acceptance to become an actual academic student here at Cleveland State University. And then the final step is to either work with the college or university advisors to select your course of study and register for your course. On the screen right now is a screenshot of what the first page of the registration intake form looks like. For those of you that are registered, which is everybody on the screen for our programs, this looks very familiar to a Leadership Academy or a Public Management Academy participant portfolio program. We did that on purpose because we knew that you were familiar with this process, but we worked with the registrar's office to modify the form to get the intake information that they needed. What's going to happen is when you all register for this credit through this platform, this will go directly to the registrar's office where there'll be a quick admit process and you will be actually converted into an academic student. I wanted to take a look at the impact that this process could potentially have on our key stakeholders. Number 1, I wanted to take a look at it from the participant's perspective. Again, you will be part of a nationally recognized certification. You can put CPM on your signature line, but now it also comes with academic credit. Obviously, this is a resume builder, and it creates and it facilitates the upward mobility that you deserve to take your career to the next level. And the financial savings is significant. I'll show you that in 1 minute. For Cleveland State University, this will create a pre-qualified pool of candidates, and again, a substantial tuition revenue source for them to basically overcome that enrollment cliff by looking at non-traditional students to backfill that gap. It also will create a flywheel opportunity. I want to thank President Bloomberg for suggesting this flywheel concept. What this means is that these partnerships, these opportunities that we have to collaborate statewide will create additional opportunities for Cleveland State University, like internships, mentoring, fellowships, collaboration, research, partnerships. The list goes on, but this is an amazing opportunity for all of us to work together at a whole different level. Next, it's the agencies that we serve. Most of the agencies that we serve do not have tuition reimbursement programs or any type of attraction or retention tool or mechanism. And by us partnering and offering this service, we could help those agencies to attract and retain the best talent in our region. Obviously, this program in general is a succession planning tool for the organizations that we serve. It's a way to build up their workforce. And ultimately, the projects are designed to enhance the service delivery for the community that that agency works with. And finally, I want to take a look at it from the state perspective. We partner with the Ohio Department of Administrative Services, and we are leveraging that relationship to develop a statewide, basically boots on the ground, an army to go train state and local county agencies to give them the tools, the resources, and the connections that they need. One of the things I talk about to my team all the time is the Ohio slogan is Ohio is the heart of it all. And I want Public Management Academy and the Leadership Academy to help the participants put the heart in the heart of it all. And ultimately, we are all responsible to create as an efficient and effective service delivery across the board, no matter what program you work on, so that we can ultimately enhance the quality of life for the citizens of the state of Ohio. Now let's jump into the actual impact.
Hi, I'm Mary Sawerka, and I've been given the opportunity of a lifetime with the Cleveland State program for my MPA and the stacked degrees through the OCPM program that Rob has outlined in this project. I obviously am a non-traditional student and have spent a career working in local government and in medical nonprofit worlds for a total of nearly 40 years. I finished my associate's degree after many years back in the 1990s. Then I went on and got a bachelor's degree in a non-traditional way as well. And now this program, after I obtained my CPM, is allowing me to get my master's degree in public administration. I am so excited for this opportunity, and I'm so grateful to Rob for this project and for Dean Wukich for allowing this stackability and allowing for my experience and my work that I've done for 40 years be applied to my degree. I'm really looking forward to obtaining it sometime next year, and congratulations to everyone in the course, and I look forward to many other students like me who take advantage of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. She is the first person to take advantage of this opportunity, and she is our case study and I'll say our guinea pig. Mary earned 12 credit hours from completing the OCPM, which again, Public Management Academy and Leadership Academy. She also earned an additional 10 hours for her extensive career life experience for a total of 22 credit hours with a tuition savings of, listen to this, $13,600. Let's look at this from a more of a global perspective. There are currently a total of 510 people as of today in our system. That is in the boot camp, Leadership Academy, Public Management Academy. We have additional 700 folks that have gone through the Leadership Academy that are not currently active, but they are alumni. I just took a look at it from a financial scenario to take that current 510 people. The average tuition savings, either at the graduate or undergraduate level, is around $8,000, give or take, plus or minus. And so I just did 510 times $8,000 and came up with a total potential tuition savings of $4,080,000. Our goal for this system is to run the program statewide and actively train 500 people per year. So you can see that this is a tremendous amount of savings for all of you that are here today to help you continue on with your academic goals and dreams. I wanted to conclude my presentation by saying thank you to everyone. Thank you to our team. Thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to Mary. Thank you for the leadership at Cleveland State University for offering this amazing opportunity, such a gracious opportunity for our participants to secure their degrees, save money, and advance the initiatives for the state of Ohio. So on the screen, you see a QR code. That's the actual QR code to the live registration page. So feel free to take a picture of that, and I'll take any questions now. Thanks again to everyone.
Wow. Well, if I had a mic to drop, I'd be dropping it. That was awesome, Rob. And not just because you're my boss. No, seriously, the impact that this is going to have on so many lives. I mean, I'm going to be doing this, I just put it in the chat, but I'm going to be getting my MPA in 2025. And I don't know that I would be able to do it without this, because as a single mom and a full-time, full-time career person, it's really hard to fit this stuff in. So to be able to come in and get credit for this is just such an amazing opportunity. Thank you so much for pioneering this project. I am so excited about it. We do have some questions and comments in the chat, so I'm going to go ahead and go through these. We've got Mindy. Mindy said that is fabulous, Rob. I'm your biggest fan. How can we help share this information? This is a game changer, especially for us single parents. I agree, Mindy.
Well, that's the next steps. I really wanted this QR code to be activated, because the next step, our team will be working on an actual presentation to market this program statewide. So first of all, we're working on that right now. We'll be in touch to disseminate this across the entire platform. Mindy, you have always been a champion, not only for the program, but for me personally, and we wouldn't be here right now, especially with that DAS contract, if it wasn't for you. So we'll be in touch, because the dissemination is the next step in the process.
Thank you, Rob. Okay, we've got from Julie Finnegan. Julie says, this is fantastic. To be able to recognize this is a needed change and then go through the process of advocating for it and making things happen is a huge lift, and you should be commended. And she also has a question there. The OU leadership group, will it also be able to receive credit?
Yes. So I don't know what OU is going to be able to offer for academic credit on their side, but talking to Dr. Vukic, we will give credit for all 3 tracks. I know for a fact that state employees through the Lean Ohio Boot Camp go through the Lean Ohio program at the state level. And talking to Clayton, he said, I don't care. He's like, you get those certifications, we will give you the credit.
Awesome. Mary said that she is humbled to be part of this project and so grateful. And then we have Zakia Wright. Zakia says, phenomenal presentation. This is a win-win, and it makes the professional development courses even more rewarding. I agree, Zakia. Thank you for that. Julie said, let us know how we can help at the state.
I'll be talking to everybody soon. Mindy, everybody, say, spread the word, my friends, spread the word.
And then Alyssa is asking a question. Alyssa would like to know, how long have you been working on this? And she also says, thank you, Rob. Great job.
Over this past year. So just inside baseball, our leadership has been worried about this enrollment cliff and what are we going to do? And I said, this is a great opportunity. It's a win-win for all. So it took a while to showcase the program, the benefits, and just the hard work and excellence that y'all put in. But once the leadership started to see what this is all about, they kind of got on board. And so there was a 2-step process, basically an awareness campaign and getting them on board. And then secondly was putting all the components together with the registration page and the QR code and working with the registrar's office. But everybody's been pretty receptive to it at CSU. So can't thank them enough.
Rob, I'm going to go ahead and ask a question that I feel like some people might be wondering. So if you don't live in Cleveland and you want to access this amazing stackable plan you have here, what are the options?
So that's a great question. And what we're working on right now, the faculty are working to try to move as many of our programs online. This is like in the works, but there is something called the Masters of Public Policy and Management that is floating around internally with the faculty that still needs to be approved. I'm not authorized to launch that, so please keep that under wraps. But we are looking at both on registration for undergrad and grad programs that could be accessed online or virtually throughout the state of Ohio.
And we're back. And next up, we have John Grzinczyk. John is from the Department of Rehabilitation and Correction. Good morning, John. Over to you.
Good morning, Kat, and thank you. So my project is what is the anatomy of an effective reentry coalition? And as Kat stated, my name is John Grzinczyk. I'm with the Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Correction, Office of Reentry. Before I get started, I'd like to thank CSU for offering Public Management Academy and also as well as Leadership Academy. And also too, I'd like to thank my leadership group for allowing me to participate in both of these two groups. I do have a quick question though before I do get started. If you can, please respond in the chat, except for my team that has joined me here today. And the question is, how many people did ODRC release in the calendar year 2023? My project was to dissect and understand the makeup of an operational strategies of reentry coalitions to enhance their effectiveness and sustainability. Reentry coalitions play a crucial role in supporting individuals transitioning back from incarceration, back in society. Their success hinges on being well organized, having efficient practices, and collaboration. By analyzing the anatomy of the existing reentry coalitions and seeing what contributes to their success, we hope to develop strategies and recommendations of creating more effective and impactful sustainable reentry coalitions. Originally with this project, though, I did want to accomplish 3 goals. One was to compare all the reentry coalitions together to each other, as well as compare urban to other urban counties, as well as rural to other rural counties. However, though, due to the lack of responses, what we just did is we just did everything all together, compared all the reentry coalitions together. So later down in the road, we do hope to get more buy-in regarding this project, regarding the answers and the surveys from the coalitions that didn't participate in order to really compare and get that study going regarding the urban and rural counties. So before I talk a little bit more about my project, I do want to give you some background on why this is important to ODRC. Our mission and vision is to reduce recidivism amongst those we touch and to reduce crime in Ohio. We do have 4 core values, and as to take care of our staff, they're transformed individuals we supervise. One team, one purpose, civility towards all, and hope is job one. And you're going to see a lot of this throughout this presentation about reducing recidivism, about collaboration, one team, one purpose, and about providing hope to the individuals that we have underneath our supervision, both inside our institution as well as outside our institution. So what exactly is a reentry coalition? The overall mission of a reentry coalition is to promote successful reintegration of formerly incarcerated people, reduce recidivism, and increase public safety. So how exactly do they go about doing this? Collaboration. Bring together community partners, public safety agencies, business, nonprofits. They focus on issues the returning population faces. They remove the biases and the barriers for this population. They advocate for policy change, as well as focus on reentry areas. And this focus on reentry areas is very specific towards each coalition and the county they represent. So let's say, for example, Cuyahoga County, transportation is not a major issue. You guys got the RTA system. We've had several conversations. We had several projects with the RTA. You guys are doing a fabulous job. But however, though, transportation is an issue in Ashtabula County. So that coalition, Ashtabula County, that might be on their strategic plan to address that issue. Where in Cuyahoga County, that might not be such a major issue involved. So each county is going to be a little bit different on exactly how they work on their strategic plan and address those areas of need. So how do we come about this project? In 2022, the Office of Reentry and Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Correction issued a request for proposal to expand reentry coalitions across the state of Ohio. At that time, we were able to expand to 49 counties. Through quarterly reports and site visits, we noticed some coalitions were thriving and others were not. We really wanted to dive deeper into that. However, though, we were able to get some more money and we needed to use it quickly. So we would get another proposal out there because we wanted to make sure that the coalitions were able to expand even more. So we went to 14 more counties and we're currently up to 63 counties that are covered by reentry coalitions. So here's our expansion shown right here in 2022 after our first expansion. We did pretty good, and after our current expansion right now as the counties recover. So why is this project important to me? Well, I cover Lake Ashtabula all the way down Geauga Summit, Wayne, Holmes, Coshocton, in this area right here. I have a total of 16 counties. And as you can see, I only have one county that's not covered by a reentry coalition. So I rely heavily on reentry coalitions to help me with those individuals returning back to society, returning back to their neighborhoods, their family, their community, to be your neighbors. And we really need their assistance once again to help them along and help them guide them. So to answer your question, how many people did ODRC release in calendar year 2023? Some of the responses was 12,500. We got 2,000, approximately 18,000, right around 100. So as you can see, our number was 18,166 individuals was released from ODRC the calendar year of 2023. 4,240 of those individuals were not on any type of supervision. So they didn't have anyone to help them, guide them, help them navigate the waters. And once again, this is where we rely on our community partners and especially our coalitions in order to help to establish those contacts, help them start building rapport, and help them navigate those waters in return. So just imagine, you spent roughly 2.61 years of your life incarcerated with us. That's the average as of right now regarding how long you've been in the institution. Imagine all the things that have changed in roughly 3 years. iPhones, your Google phone. We've already had 3 new models, several updates regarding that. If they ban TikTok, TikTok will be gone. So there goes social media, so a huge part of social media. All those changes occur. Now just imagine if you were incarcerated for 30 plus years, what has all happened in those 30 years. The other thing too I want to point out is our recidivism rate. This is something we're not really proud about. We're working on reducing it, and coalitions can help us too as well. But Ohio's current recidivism rate is 32.7. So what does that exactly mean? That means roughly out of those 18,166 individuals, 9,400 of those individuals will return back to our institution within the next 3 years. So let's look at that global picture once again and how the coalitions can help us and how impactful this number is. According to the Ohio Census, the average household is 2.39. That is roughly 14,196 people that are affected, directly affected by an individual returning back to us. That doesn't include their extended family. That doesn't include schools, because now they might have an unruly child. This child might need counseling, anything else like that. If you take that population of 14,196, doing a Google search, I found out that would roughly be the 125th populated city, village, township in Ohio. So just imagine that, 125th populated city, village, township in Ohio. The average cost, too, as well, would be a huge saving if we reduce this number just by a little bit. The average cost in the fiscal year of 2023 for our department was $103.08. So just imagine how much that could help out regarding everybody else. Now, people don't stay roughly for a day with us. I hate to say it. So that's roughly $612,000 to incarcerate this number of population of almost 6,000 people. So just imagine the savings and how much we need to rely on these coalitions to help us, help the parole officers, help our department, help everybody, the community, your neighborhood, you yourself, regarding getting these individuals back on their feet. So what's my project goals and how is I going to accomplish this? By making these coalitions strategically and more effective. Number one, we wanted the reentry coalitions to complete a SWOT and PEST analysis. This will help them analyze the internal and external forces affecting the reentry coalition. Number two, we created a Survey Monkey to collect data on the coalitions. We really wanted to look at their infrastructure, their social media, the collaboration they have, the involvement in the community. Number three, we wanted to look at their social media and relink accounts to see if it is being effectively reaching the target audience and strengthening its brand. And then finally, we wanted to share this data with the coalitions to help them build and sustain an effective coalition, as well as our own department, so we could help them guide them through the process. So like my first step, like I talked about, we wanted them to look at the SWOT analysis. We wanted them to look at internally to see what their strengths, their weaknesses, and the opportunities and threats. I received roughly about 29 responses to the SWOT and pest analysis out of 63. So I couldn't put down all of them. So this is just the top strengths, weaknesses, threats, and opportunities that they talked about. So they talked about collaboration. They talked about expanding the coalition and wraparound services. And you're going to see some of this, they're being part of their goals that they want to accomplish in the next 3 years. Part of the weaknesses was funding, no full-time position, barriers, social media, and attitudes and biases. So the other thing we asked them too, why we did this SWOT, we also wanted to look at the external factors that they were dealing with. So we looked at political, economic, sociological, and technological. I do want to point out 3 of these at this time because these 3 were the weaknesses and threats in the SWOT. First one was funding for coalition partners in housing. The next one was attitudes and biases. And then finally, technology, we had the social media. The social media aspect regarding the technology was more for our rural counties, our rural coalitions, regarding the limitations regarding the availability of the social media, access to the internet and stuff like that. So I wanted to point out these 3 because we're going to be talking about a lot of this throughout this presentation moving forward. So here's going to be a list of the objectives the coalitions wanted aim to achieve over the next 2 years based on the survey results. It's important to look at this list to figure out their objectives to help transform them and become more effective. The first one they wanted to do, the top one, was increase community awareness and support of reentry coalitions. So once again, we're talking about collaboration. We're talking about one team, one purpose. Grow reentry coalition membership. Accomplish the strategic goals that they have, and we asked them to complete a strategic 3-year strategic plan. So that's where the 3 years comes in. Improve program implementation and success rates. And then finally, increase the number of services provided, measure the referrals, and attendance of events. So following on the next slides, we really wanted to concentrate on these because we really wanted to make sure that these objectives were met once again. And we felt that this was really help them sustain sustainability and effectiveness moving forward. So by looking at the data, we need to encourage reentry coalitions to become more structured and formalized because it offers, once again, the stability, accountability, the ability to secure funding, and demonstrates the impact that they have overall the community. And once again, we're looking at this long term. As you can see, roughly out of the 40-some responses I did receive, 22.73% consider themselves structured and formalized. And what does structured and formalized mean? That roughly means that they have bylaws, they have maybe they applied for a 501(c), they have their strategic plan up, they have subcommittees, they take meeting minutes. It's really your structured organization that you would go and you'd see you'd want to be a part of. Where the other ones, roughly 50% and 31%, were kind of had some part of it, but some of them didn't have any part of it. So we really want to make sure that we start encouraging them to move towards more for the structure and formalization to become more effective. The other thing we wanted to look at was subcommittees. Subcommittees are crucial when working towards the objective of a coalition. They focus on the specific need. They provide the detail to accomplish the goals. They promote membership engagement, which is huge. They enhance collaboration and allows the coalition to work more strategically and adapting to changes, which is once again huge. You need the subcommittee to help you, once again, regarding the COVID issue. How are you going to move forward? Because COVID was marked on there for one of the pest things. Once again, keeping people engaged. It's just not a meeting to come on the 3rd Thursday of each month and then you come back and you haven't done anything regarding the coalition. Get the people involved, the community partners, the whole community. Get them involved, keep them engaged, and your coalition can go forward. Some things I just really want to point out, 45% of the respondents reported that they have no subcommittees. And once again, looking back at their 5 strategic plans that they wanted to accomplish within over the next 2 years, according to the survey, community outreach engagement, only 20% have that. 5% have event planning. 15% have the communication committee. These coalitions need to expand this, need to get more people involved. Just don't rely on one person in order to do this. And like I said, these 3 committees can really help them propel themselves moving forward. Here, you can see that the reentry coalitions have a diverse membership. They have substance abuse involved, they have mental health, they have religion, they have employment, they have housing involved, law enforcement, people with lived experience, people that help them guide them. However, though, they're lacking in two key areas. These two key areas are the politicians and the judicial. These people are crucial in getting out there and helping to speak about how valuable your coalition is due to its values, due to its membership, due to the work that it's doing in the committee. These are elected officials that have the respect of their community that could really help make a change. Maybe write a letter when you're applying for a funding opportunity. Maybe go in front of a board when you're looking to try to get maybe on a budget line on an item regarding your coalition within the community that you serve. Policy change. Politicians, they write laws in all the time. Just imagine all the laws that affect collateral sanctions, that affect the individuals returning back to the population. These are the individuals that can help out that and help gain the funding, the support for reentry coalitions. The coalitions need to start homing in on these two aspects. The other thing that we looked at was community involvement. This is crucial for the success of reentry coalitions. This is how they enhance their support networks, increase the access to opportunities, but also to promote the understanding and reduce the stigma of those individuals that they are serving. 3 areas where they could really improve here would be the special, once again, judicial, specialty courts. Get those involved regarding the drug courts, reentry court, mental health court. Go to your county commissioner meetings. Know what's happening within those counties, and also look at your criminal justice advisory board meeting that you have in every single county. Get involved. It's going to help you figure out where exactly you fit in this system and how you can make a change. Another question we asked about community involvement is how many events does the coalition host or sponsor within the calendar years? So we're looking at job fairs, employment groups, resource fairs, stuff like that. The majority stated that they don't host or sponsor any events in the community. Once again, they don't host or sponsor any events in the community. So how can you get out there and erase those barriers? How can you get out there and erase those networks? Who's going to show up more to a job fair with Ohio Means Jobs, with all the population you serve? Just Ohio Means Jobs job fair or a reentry job fair? More than likely, those individuals are going to go to that reentry job fair because they know hopefully there's going to be employment there that helps them get employment and helps them secure a job. Some of the comments were why they didn't host these things, and we need to change this, is they don't feel that they should host or sponsor events because other groups involved in a coalition host these events. That's unacceptable. We need to get out there and we need to talk to them about changing that attitude. Once again, you're the lead front of this, and you need to get out there and show how involved you're in the community to start changing, erasing those biases and attitudes. Referrals. Everybody knows referrals that are vital. They connect the returning citizens with the necessary resources of renegation. The referrals can show how you're doing wraparound services within the community, how you approach the holistic services, improve the returning citizens' outcomes, provide the data to the community. The one thing I want to point out here is membership referrals. This barely makes the top 3 of the referrals that the coalitions are referring. How can you sustain as an organization if your own members are not using you as a resource? I mean, just think about that. They're not using you as a resource. Is it because they're not involved? They forget about you because you don't have your subcommittees? What exactly is going on here? And it's something that we need them to look at and also help them look and understand. Another question we asked about referrals was, do you have a referral form? 23% of the respondents stated that they don't use a referral form. And some of the reasons for this are referral forms can create unnecessary barrier for the clients, unnecessary paperwork. Providers can email them, or the individual can just stop in. Referral form was created and not widely used. Referrals are just done by word of mouth and left for the individual to reach out to us. I can tell you right there, you tell an individual to go there, you don't make that connection, it's not going to happen. These are individuals that want something to happen now. These are individuals that sometimes need their hand held. You need to get that referral. You need to have some type of follow-up. You just can't leave it up to those individuals. The referral forms, too, are so important for the coalitions. Could you this increase the communication between the organizations? Once again, it gets them involved on a daily basis and improves the collaboration. Plus, it collects data. Where else can you collect data other than a referral form to your coalition that is someone that's been criminally justice impacted? So when you go out there and write that grant, you know what their needs are because you have a referral form. You just don't know. You can't call up the homeless helpline and say, hey, how many people have been referred to you this month? They don't know if that individual has been a barrier of the criminal justice system. So that's extremely important that we need to start encouraging them to get those referral forms up and running. As I mentioned before in my project goals and stuff, we wanted to look at the social media platforms. Once again, social media is a huge opportunity for them to grow. Here's the top 3 responses. No social media is number 1. Facebook was number 2. And website was number 3. Some of the responses why they don't have a social media is they use email. Email is great, but if I get an email from a coalition and I don't forward it on, I don't talk about it to my other cohorts, does anybody else know what's going on regarding the coalition? No. It only gets to that limited population of people that are on your distribution list. Communication via newspaper. I don't know last time I picked up a newspaper. My local newspaper here blocks me because I've looked at it too often. So I understand that is important for, once again, those rural counties, but we need to get that the communication out there more without the newspaper. And Relink. And once again, we'll talk about Relink in a little bit in case you're wondering what that is, but they use Relink too as well. So I started exploring social media and I wanted to look at what was going on their websites and Facebook. So these are some of the positive results that I did see. They explained how they could help. They had website links. They had news stories about what the newspaper has done and their advertisement about them. They talked about community events. They had meeting minutes on there. They talked about how to get involved. One of the coalitions had a huge Facebook following, and they were actively using it. And I'm talking by actively about posting roughly about 10 to 12 times a month regarding events happening in the community. Disappointment part of that was there wasn't that many likes. So I don't know if it's really people are really looking at it or engaging at it. But like I said, that is huge for them to get out there. The one thing I do want to make note of regarding the positive results, this roughly only came from 4 of the coalition websites. So some of the negative results, outdated PDFs for resources. And by outdated, I mean from 2019. This information needs to be updated if you're using it. Very general information. Meeting minutes were a year old. Once again, how do we know that you're still involved within the coalition? One coalition had the wrong coalition leader on there. Who are you going to reach out to and contact? Another person had a Facebook, but really no engagement with the community at all. Didn't post anything, maybe once every other month or something like that. Once again, if you have these platforms, update the information and use it. So things that we are doing now as an department. In July of this year, Office of Reentry held a Reentry Coalition conference. This was for a day and a half. First day was in person. The second day was virtual. We discussed collaboration, the best practice, and assessment to impact the metrics. We made a presentation to the Ohio Association of Local Reentry Coalitions OLARC meeting, and I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. We're also conducting site visits to our currently funded reentry coalitions. And obviously, we're advocating to our director of ODRC and the governor about the importance of reentry coalitions and how they could help provide change, hope to these individuals that are being released from our institution. So Relink, this is regarding my presentation to the OLARC meeting. Just to give you quick background about Relink, it connects people with local community resources. It could be addiction recovery, reentry, human trafficking, basic needs, behavioral health, emergency crisis. This is just not for individuals that have been criminally justice impacted. This is for anybody. I've used it to try to find resources. It is a great thing out there. And if you want to scan the QR code real quick to find out a little bit more about it, by all means, please scan it. It takes you directly to this page you're looking at. You could search by city. You could search by zip code. And what's great about Relink, there's over 13,000 resources available and 74 searchable categories. So how you would find a reentry coalition is you click on the reentry tab here, and then you go to reentry groups, and then all the coalitions would be labeled there, right there. The other thing too that's great about Relink is this is available to the incarcerated population. It's on everybody's tablet. If your tablet breaks, you can go get a general tablet that you share with everybody else, but you can start researching resources that are available to you prior to your release. And so can the family help you out as well. So by looking at the Relink results, I wanted to see what was going on regarding the Relink, because like I said, they mentioned that they're using it. So let's see how they're using it. Total services offered, once again, out of the 74 searchable services, they had an average of 5.2. The total median of services was only 3. 9 coalitions were over the average of services offered of 5.2. And 4 of the 9 coalitions offered a number of services of 10 or more. What was really discouraging was 2 coalitions were under the median number of 3. So if you didn't have to click on reentry and then the reentry community groups, you would never have found that coalition. And the other coalition was marked in support services. Once again, these coalitions are doing a lot more than 5.2 average or the median of 3. They need to get that out there in marketing. And that was part of my recommendations to OLARC meeting during that conversation. We wanted them to log into Relink. We wanted them to use it to its full capability. So how exactly are they going to do that? They're going to look at the services and update it appropriately. If you may not offer transportation, but you might have a bus pass for them. That is something that you can mark down. Once again, you don't offer transportation, but you know an agency that does, and you can get in contact with them, and you could help them set up the rides and stuff like that. Update your services appropriately. Get out there, use what's available to you, and market it. Look at the counties listed and that you cover and update. Some of the coalitions didn't have all the counties that they covered. Some had more counties than that they covered. Well, once again, we want them to make sure their information is correct on here. Make sure your contact information is correct. Going back to that one website regarding the coalition lead was not correct. Once again, on Relink, that information was not correct too as well. Relink's kind of very standard and stuff like that. However, though, you can make it a little bit more personalized. So add your logo, make it your own. Put PDFs out there of community events that you're doing, such as maybe a backpack for the upcoming school year, a resource fair. You're doing a 5K run in order to help raise funds and stuff like that. Put that PDF out there so the community partners can look at that, or any community member on the outside neighborhood could look at that too as well. Put your hours of operation. Do you want people calling you at 10 o'clock at night? No. If you want people calling you on Saturday, put the hours of operation so they want to reach out to you. Add your social media platforms. We're not on there. And also, too, we're going to have a suggestion for Relink to easily identify the coalitions. So what we're thinking about is right now, some of the coalitions on that page, they're not official coalitions recognized by the Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Correction. They're not certified by us. So we want to maybe put outline a blue state of Ohio logo so it makes it easily identifiable of which ones are certified by us and which ones are not. So our next steps moving forward, we want to revamp our coalition guidebook. Currently, right now, we have a guidebook that's out there that talks about the importance of coalition and other important information, but it doesn't really get down to the nuts and bolts about giving guidance on how to make sure that your coalition is effective and sustainable by talking about what we talked about here and moving forward too as well. We want to share this information results about future findings once again at our OLARC meeting. Once again, we want to do regular intervals of the curious about every 2 years. So ask them to complete a SWOT and PEST. Ask them to share that information back with us to see what's exactly going on. Once again, maybe shoot out that Survey Monkey, change some of the questions around, get some valuable information about what's available, how they're changing, how they're improving their situation. See if anything that we are talking about and they're doing is helping them expand beyond just their local current network. Site visits. We want to complete all site visits with the Ohio Reentry Coalitions to the board. And we want to discuss the plan, what their plan is and what their vision and action next steps. Really start diving in. Right now, like I said before, we're currently doing with this funded ones, but we really want to get out there and really find out what's going on with those non-funded coalitions. Inform reentry coalitions about a community transitional program funds possibly being used by staff. So currently right now, Ohio Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services offers the Community Transitional Program, CTP, and what it can do is part of that funding is available for staff to be hired in the county level to help individuals returning back to Ohio from criminal justice impacted lives. When I was talking with this to some of the coalitions in my areas, they didn't know anything about it. So the Adams boards know about it, but the information is maybe not getting out there. Maybe they don't invite the Adams board to their meetings and stuff like that. They need to maybe start getting in contact with the Adams board, start getting them on board to see how important this is, and maybe we can help address that funding issue. Maybe get a full-time staff member to help out. So once again, this is valuable. It's something that's out there right now that they could do just through communication. We're currently also trying to get together a grant writing class in order to help them try to get funding opportunities. And then finally, we want to ask the coalitions to start formalizing a reentry map for their county. Reentry maps are useful to help them optimize their services and supports in ways that could greatest benefit the individuals and themselves. That way they know where they fit in, where they know that they can need assistance with in order to reach out to those individuals. I would also encourage them to maybe help them develop a reentry map for those individuals returning home on what exactly is happening.
So next up, we have Tashwanda Mason and Jennifer Robinson, and they are from the city of Cleveland. All right, ladies, go for it.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Tashwanda Mason. Myself and Jennifer is doing a project on special events, process improvements. Before I get started on diving in on the project, I want to give you a little background on myself. I've been with the city of Cleveland for 6.5 years. I work for the Department of Public Works, Division of Administration. And also, this is Jennifer.
My name is Jennifer Robinson. I am also with the Department of Public Works, the Division of Administration, and I've been with the city for 3 years.
So before we get started, I'll just give you a little background on the project. Even though my position is a project coordinator, I do labor relations. However, I'm in charge of process improvements, and me and Jennifer, we're currently on a board with our director. So our department, we have 10 divisions, and we sometimes have to solve issues or problems that these different divisions are incurring. So we was tasked with a special events project. At the time they were operating on, they was having issues as far as outdated and antiquated services and systems, and they needed some help getting things together. They hold over 1,100 events yearly, as far as weddings, parties, parades, races, a lot of things that they are in charge of. And just by doing that, you know, they were dealing with a lot of paper processes, a lot of redundancies. So we were there to come to help to see how we can solve these issues. So working at special events or being a special events customer, could you imagine going into the special events division to book a wedding, your special block party, and not being able to use electronic payments? Or could you imagine being a city of Cleveland employee, the staff not having any type of workflow or streamlined process for the division? Or could you imagine still getting paper permits and processing paper fax machines, but in 2024, but guess what? These are some of the issues that our special events division has been experiencing.
So what does special events do? Special events are tasked with, they have many different tasks. So one of the areas is they help plan. They handle aspects of planning such as venue availability. They coordinate and collaborate with a lot of different people, stakeholders, internal and externals, internal departments, external partners, vendors, sponsors, community organizations. They collaborate to make sure that the events align, and they ensure that the events comply with regulations, such as things like health and safety standards. So you do not need to be a city employee or a resident to apply for the city property, for use of the city property. Many groups such as organizations, churches, schools, or even individuals can apply for the many different types of permits for use of the property. They can range anywhere from birthdays, reunions, photo shoots, weddings, or other ceremonies.
So before we got deep into this project, we wanted to see like, hey, what goes on? As I spoke about, Jen does budget, I do labor relations. So it's important before you even make any type of process changes, to actually understand the actual division, what they do, the key obstacles, and how can we solve these issues. So the first thing me and my partner did was we met with the stakeholders. We wanted to know, which is the special events staff. We wanted to know what problems they was having at the time and how can we solve these issues. So this project started in September of 2023. So during this interview process, now our interview process, it wasn't one interview. We had various interviews and interactions and surveys and phone calls and meetings over probably a 3-month period to kind of get a better understanding of the things they were experiencing and how can we be a service to help get them updated and running and solve some of these issues. So as we was going through the interview processes, we outlined some key obstacles within a division of special events. One of them was the limited payment options. The division of special events was only able to accept money orders or cash. So they wasn't able to do electronic payments, which is a huge hindrance in 2024 because we all know that everything is electronic. So it was bad. And also the stakeholders, as the customers who come to book these special events, they were very dissatisfied with these processes as well. Also, we had a lot of manual-based process, which includes a lot of filing, a lot of paper, things still coming off the fax machines, the special events still having to process payments from getting them through the mail. It was very outdated. Also, some other key obstacles was the excessive turnaround time. As far as the permitting process and the parades, they have a 14-day window to get these things completed. However, they were experiencing a lot of stress to meet these deadlines because of these outdated processes. They had to take these paper permits and go from department to department to department. So there wasn't no streamlined process. They had to do a lot of email going back and forth, which caused stress on the employees. Sometimes they had to come in earlier or stay late. Although they got the job done, it's very important that we have effective and efficient processes that works for this division. Also, they were operating on outdated software. We had an old 365 SharePoint. We have an Excel software that they use, and we have an Advantage software that only check the money orders or the cashier's checks as far as the process. And lack of integrated software where these softwares don't work together. So you're not sure if a permit was paid from a different department, because the permitting department, you have to go through several different departments to get this approved. So you don't know if they went to the licensure department, if it was paid for. So you're not sure if these things are even getting completed in a timely manner, nor if the city is even collecting the funds for these things. How should this process look? Special events will like the ability to track if an applicant has been paid for. They want an approving process to be able to take electronic payments, which the current software is unable to do. They want to create an applicant flow process, and also would like the ability to create, share, and edit documents electronically. So our project scope for this project is the Division of Special Events is currently operating on outdated technology that lacks proper support. Using these outdated processes have caused longer process time, repetitive tests, and the inability to meet deadlines, which has caused a stressful work environment. Through this project, we will enhance the process through refining and incorporating the latest tools, techniques to ensure the current special events process remain current, efficient, and align with the evolving permit process.
So there are many great tools that can be used to evaluate an organization. One of the tools that we chose to use was a pestle analysis, and this tool is used to assess the external environment in which an organization operates. So under the pestle analysis, we took into consideration the political aspects, the economic, the social, the technological, the environmental, and the legal. So we found that this tool was useful when assessing the scope of this project because we needed to make sure to look at all the factors that can impact our operation. Looking at it from this perspective helped us minimize any risks. So for example, when working with special events, there may be some changes that cannot be made unless it goes through the legislative process, or making sure that we're taking our budget, if there are budget constraints, into consideration. So we looked at all of the different areas of the pestle analysis. Another tool that was used to assess the scope of this project is the SWOT analysis, and the SWOT analysis helps to identify and assess the organization's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So we were able to take a closer look at the processes that we were looking to provide improvement on. And for example, the strengths, we found that they do have a current permitting software in place, Excella, but one of the threats is that it's we are working on an outdated version of it. So we took all of those items into consideration as well.
So then as we was coming along further in the process, because we learned a lot of different tools in PMA as far as the SWOT analysis, Marco. So we want to implement these tools when we were coming up with improvement process. So the first thing was specific. We want to improve the process. And how do we improve the process? We want to create and simplify intake process, streamline the current process, improve customer service, maximize current software, and find new software if we're unable to solve the issues with the old software. Next is measurable. Reduce and improve the process. So we want to reduce the paper processes by 50%, reduce the turnaround process by at least 30% with the with this new system that we're trying to implement. Increase satisfaction and staff satisfaction by 50%, and improve efficiency by 30%. Achievable. We want to implement new software and train current staff. So by doing that, we'll focus on improving customer service, training the special events on the current software, which was the Microsoft 365, which they was not training on at the time, the Advantage and Excella. We will acquire new software to resolve issues, and we'll find different ways to reduce processes. Realistic thing is streamlining the intake process to improve overall efficiency. By doing that, we'll be able to have the capabilities of accepting online payments, electronic payments. The special events will be able to use their shared calendar, which was one of the issues that occurred, where they'll be able to see the events that's being booked. And last but not least, time bound. The time is going to take to achieve this. So me and my partner said, we're looking about next year. Although we started the process already, it's still things that's in progress. So the project started in September of 2023. As far as the new Microsoft 365, the training started at the beginning of September 2023 and still in progress. We have a new file migration that started in 2023 when we got the project, and we're slotted to end that in December of 2024 by moving all the documents to the clouds, utilizing the shared calendar, utilizing electronic files to kind of eliminate some of the paper processes. The new Excella upgrade has already been purchased for the city of Cleveland, but the rollout for special events is slotted for April of 2024. So during this process, we did find out some of our current software had the capabilities of doing things like electronic payments. However, the city of Cleveland just didn't purchase it. However, now it's purchased, but it's not just purchased for the Division of Special Events, it's citywide. So every department is slotted to get this upgrade. So special events is slotted for the upgrade in 2024 of April. And last but not least, DocuSign. DocuSign has been purchased and also will be slotted for the Division of Special Events in April of 2025, which will include having a streamlining process for the permitting process, which has taken a long time for has been an issue within the Special Events division. So what did we do during our presentation and investigation? We interviewed, we investigated, we researched, we partnered with different people, and we consulted.
So our action plan and recommendations. Throughout our investigation, we discovered that there were upgrades available to our permitting software. So these upgrades will help improve some of the obstacles that special events are having with the ability to accept electronic payment. Our IT department will be working with the special events team to provide the necessary training on current upgrades, on upgrades for current software and any new software that will be implemented. So that's where special events is going to be trained. And then any new software that's purchased, they will also work with the IT department for additional training for things like DocuSign. And they are currently utilizing the new Microsoft 365 SharePoint for any kind of electronic file sharing. So like we've mentioned previously, that we have hit some milestones. Multiple departments across the city use the Acela software program. So special events is one of those multiple groups, and they are slotted on the rollout. They just haven't received that yet. And also we do have the utilization of Microsoft 365 currently, and then any training for new software that's coming.
So summary, even though this is a short presentation, this process has took a lot of hours with me and my partner, with assessing, researching, the stakeholder involvement. So I just want to give y'all a summary of what went on throughout this process. At first, like I said, when we were tasked with this process, we assessed it. We learned the ins and outs of special events, how they work, how they operate. We spend time, identifying the key issues and just things that they was experiencing. Just getting the information from the people that it affects. So it's so important to actually know what's going on before you can actually make a process change. So we assessed it. Next, we did stakeholder involvement. We had several interviews and meetings with the Division of Special Events. We included them with the process, with the research process. The research process, we had various meetings with DocuSign, which is a new software that was bought from the city of Cleveland to help resolve some of these issues. Within that DocuSign meeting, there were many demos and demonstrations. We kind of talked about the needs of the division to come up with a plan to see if they could do a streamlined process and a process that helped them to eliminate the issues so they wouldn't have such a hard time with the 14-day turnaround. And also just something that's going to work efficiently. Like these redundant processes and paper processes is not efficient. Going to department is not efficient. So we got some things in place so we can streamline the process, which it was good. And so that was a part of the stakeholder involvement. We also researched with not only the stakeholders, we looked into other surrounding cities, like to see what they were doing. I'm a city of Euclid resident, so I met with somebody over in their department just to see what software they were currently using, what processes they were using, how could we implement this within our city? Are they operating with those issues? And a lot of time we City of Cleveland and the City of Cleveland Heights, their technology was a little bit more upgraded. They had a more streamlined process. Even though it was a smaller city, we were just seeing how we can involve these processes with ours. So that was a interesting take on this process. We also, like I said, we met with vendors, DocuSign. We met with IT to see if we can maximize our current software, which means, like, do we have the ability to do some of this stuff without without upgrading the software? And during that process and during that research process, we discover, even though our software was outdated, there were some things that we had the capability of doing. So one of the issues the special events had was they were not able to see if a permit was paid for in another department. At that time, our current software had that ability. Our special events just wasn't aware. Excuse me, just wasn't aware. So they were trained on that. Also, they were using the old SharePoint as far as the shared calendar. So with the old SharePoint, they was unable to see if somebody booked on a certain date, so which caused like overbooking. We had already implemented a Microsoft 365 upgrade, which gives our staff the capability to kind of streamline things. They had a shared calendar where they could see, everybody could see the calendar, so they wouldn't kind of overbook. So that was a process that we already had in place, but they was just operating on our old software. So that was something that we investigated as well, and it was kind of a easy fix. And also with the new the new 365, we eliminated some of the paper processes. So those things were implemented just doing this project. And then we're gonna follow up. So following up is, what is the next step? So we have to look at the software rollout. We already know that, as we spoke about earlier, the City of Cleveland has purchased a new DocuSign, which is the special events are slotted to be able to utilize that in 2025. So they'll be able to finally have a streamlined process with the permitting, with the block parties and parades. We talked about the Excella upgrade. Now, we already had Excella, however, the City of Cleveland didn't purchase the software. So with this Excella upgrade, not only special events, but all the City of Cleveland departments will be able to take electronic payments, so we can be more modernized. So they are slotted for this in April of 2025 as well. The file migration is in process. So the file migration has already started. We started that in September of 2023, and we are in progress of ending in December of 2024. Now, some of these dates, depending on what goes on in what goes on in IT, HR, with finances, it could be bumped up or bumped back a little bit, increased or decreased, but this is what's going on right now. So in December of 2024, we plan to have the file migration where all the documents will be moved to the cloud. We do electronic files, which have already started to kind of eliminate some of the paper processes, and a follow up. So we've been in this project for a year. However, there's still enough. We still have a lot to follow up on as far as how this rollout is going to work. Once this rollout happened in April, will the Division of Special Events still be incurring any issues, or once the DocuSign get implemented in April, how's the streamline process is going to work. So our goal is to keep following up until the project is complete, which might take another year. So between that time, we're still going to meet with the Division of Special Events. Once everything is getting implemented, we'll survey our stakeholders, which is the customers that come in for special events and the staff that's working with the division. And we'll just keep following up until the project is complete. And that is all.
Awesome. Really great job, ladies. Thank you so much. Lakia asks, did anyone share a horror story of an unsuccessful booking due to the inadequate process systems? What transpired? How were they able to recover, if they were able to recover?
So it was many stories. However, in those cases where it was overbooking, which caused the stress on the special event staff, they might have to reschedule like an event that wasn't as important. Maybe it was like a city event. Like we have different events at the city, like pickleball, just say. So they overbooked where it was something that wouldn't like drastically impact city services or anything like that. They'll do a lot of rescheduling or moving, but at times they had to cancel events or call somebody else to say, hey, can we reschedule, depending on what the event was. So that's why that was another issue they were experiencing. So that's what, we went into this project to solve.
Great. Sounds like it was really needed. We have another question from Anna Delgado. Anna asks, what resistance or challenges might you have in the face of implementing this new process?
We had some resistance with the staff, a slight resistance, because a lot of things, when we first started this project, we were really trying to get an understanding of the project. So we don't, and we had to meet so many different times and things that we came up with because they was involved with the process. It was a tedious process. So it was just a kind of pushback because they were saying like, hey, how many times are we going to meet about this? Or we had to meet several times with the vendors, the DocuSign, and do demos. So it was a lot. It was very time consuming, not only for us, but the people that was involved in the changes. So they were just a little resistant with that. Like they were tired, and they still tired. You want to add anything, Jen?
No, there just can be frustration when any kind of new process is going to be looked at or revised for implementation from another team coming in to evaluate when you have multiple teams working together. So.
Thank you, ladies. We do have a comment from Mary Cywerka. Mary said, very thoroughly researched. Good job, ladies and team. And I'm
Thank
sure
you.
Rob probably has a last minute. We've got 2 minutes, Rob, so go for it.
I just want to say great job. I'm so thrilled to have the city of Cleveland in the program, and you all did a great job. I guess my question is, when we talk about Lean Ohio and efficient and effective government, the software solution only comes after you know what the process looks like. So if you buy a software package and have garbage in, garbage out type concept. So question is, did you, and it sounds like you did, but what was the analysis to make sure that you knew exactly what did you need in, from the system and what you put in there and make sure that it meets your needs. So it's actually delivering the results that you specifically need for your departments that you're trying to serve.
So like as Jen said, we came in to solve some of the issues, but we wasn't like subject experts in special events. So we had to get a lot of other people involved with this process. So IT, ourselves, and special events went through various meetings and trials and demos to kind of figure out like whether this will work. But some of the software the city of Cleveland just purchased, they heard the issues we were having in special events, but other surrounding divisions and other departments was having the same issue too. So the thing was, we, like I said, Excella had the capabilities of doing these things, but we just didn't purchase it, to save us money. And since it was so much pushback from not only special events, other divisions and other departments, they say, okay, this is something that's a need and we have to move on it.
Yeah, well, great. I know that sometimes incorporating new technology and especially getting everybody involved, sometimes it could be challenging. So I want to compliment you both for, enduring that process and pushing through, because you have to have these kind of systems, and everybody engaged and trained on it to make it work. So kudos to you both for working on this and getting this done. It's going to be a huge help for the city of Cleveland as they move forward. So congratulations. Great job.
Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone. And next we have Mike McCormick. Mike is from Greater Cleveland RTA. Mike, over to you.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Mike McCormick, I work for RTA. I've been employed by RTA for the past 18 years. The last 3 have been in the sign shop, and my project here is to create an operations manual where we're going to be connecting the community one sign at a time. So who works for RTA? Every time I tell somebody I work for RTA, they ask me, am I a mechanic or an operator, driver? The fact is, we have many smaller service departments that work side by side with our drivers, sign shop, print shop, and the electronic repair lab, among others. These small departments play an outsized role in keeping the community connected. When I tell people I work for RTA, no one has ever guessed that we print, fabricate, and install all of our own signs. So what is a sign shop and what do they do? We provide, vehicle graphics for the bus fleet, for the rail fleet, all the interior graphics for those fleets. We provide vehicle graphics for the service vehicles. We provide the vehicle graphics for all the transit police vehicles, even down to their license plates. And also we do all the facility signage, station signs, regulatory signs, roadway signs, parking lot signs, everything, every sign you see at an RTA facility. And of course, the most important sign for our riders is the bus stop sign. We have about 5,500 bus stops throughout the greater Cleveland service area. We also print and produce banners, roadway signs, floor arrows, operator badge plates, transit police shooting targets, and even clocks with our mission statement. All of these sign projects, they require specific materials, UV protection, and printing profiles, fabrication methods, some of which are unique for RTA. We have some large format printers. We have an HP 360 and HP 700 printers. Other equipment not shown is a thermal printer, GFP laminators and cutters, Graphtec plotters, and a rollover sign application table. How did we get here? In 1974, many local municipal transit systems, including CTS, were consolidated to become the Greater Cleveland Regional Transit Authority. At that time, these signs were printed using the silk screen stencils or cut vinyl by hand or an industrial label maker. The sign shop was originally just one person in the body shop. In the following 50 years, the signage needs of RTA have increased, the industry has evolved, and the sign shop grew into its own department with 5 employees. How did we get all these sign fabrication procedures? Through research, trade shows, training, trial and error. The sign shop has developed procedures to design, print, fabricate, and install the various signage needed for RTA to conduct business. This knowledge base has been developed within the department, but very little has been documented. The procedures are passed down verbally as a new employee is shown how to do the job. In 2020, the sign shop leader retired. He had been instrumental in creating the procedures used to make the signs for RTA for the past 20 years. He was the person who trained everybody else in the sign shop. All the departmental knowledge resided within this one person. And when he retired, production slowed dramatically, especially when we were tasked to do a sign project we didn't do often. When we looked in the sign shop for information, this is what we were up against, and this is being kind. So a slowdown in production led to missing bus stop signs, missing rider notices, missing bus decals, regulatory signs, roadway signs, and a poor overall public perception of RTA. So as a result, the former sign shop leader was hired out of retirement. This was after RTA executive management issued a memo saying they did not want people to double dip anymore. When I joined the sign shop in September of 2021 as supervisor, it came quickly apparent we needed to start documenting how we do these jobs. Not only can the sign shop retire at any time, but the rest of the department will be retirement eligible in the near future. I'm really grateful that the PMA provided me the opportunity to see this project through. So this project focuses on succession planning and strategic planning with the benefit of creating a useful resource to help improve production and efficiency. So here's my project scope. The sign shop operation manual aims to comprehensively document the procedures essential for producing signage for RTA. The manual outline the step-by-step processes, provide detailed material specifications, printing profiles, and best practices for each sign type used within RTA. Over the years, the sign shop has refined these procedures, resulting in a collection of methods and fabricating banners, signs, decals that are sometimes unique to RTA's requirements. The primary objective of this manual is to serve as a foundational resource for both current and future sign shop team members. By maintaining this manual, the sign shop will play a crucial role supporting RTA's mission to connect the community through reliable and effective signage solutions. That's a mouthful. So that's my project. So let's start with our goals. So I want to outline my procedures to document, determine my guidelines, document my procedures, and then file those completed procedures on our teams page. But as I learned in PMA, they're not very SMART goals. So here's my SMART goals. I'm going to outline my sign fabrication procedures and document by the end of Q1 2024, determine the guidelines and create my procedural template by the end of the second quarter 2024, document my procedures, prioritizing the most important sign fabrication procedures, finish 3 by today, with a project completion date by the end of quarter 3 in 2025, and of course, file them all on our teams page. That adds, specific, identify exactly what we're after, measurable. Once our list is created, we can track how many procedures there are. We ended up with 19. It's achievable by spelling out exactly what we're after. We can get a sense that it can be done in the allotted time, and it's relevant. RTA's mission of connecting the community is foundational to this project, and I aim to help fulfill that mission by doing our part. And time bound, adding the deadlines keeps everybody on track. I have some SMART goals now. It's some time to run this through some of the tools we learned in PMA, starting with our pestle analysis. First up is our political, regulatory compliance, government funding and policies. These things out of our control can affect, our project. Economic budget constraints, cost of materials. Materials might become unavailable. We have to keep that in mind. Social, community expectations and workforce training and retention. This ended up becoming, important to the project, as it made me realize we need to create a manual that experienced and new people can use. Next was technological. This is always a big challenge for this type of industry. Advancements in printing technology, software and design tools, and material innovation can all have a direct impact on sign fabrication. Environmental, sustainability processes could have an effect on our sign shop. As RTA committed to environmental responsibility, we'll have to maintain that within the sign shop. And climate considerations, UV protection may need to be increased if Cleveland turns into a more sunny city. Next up is legal, compliance with signage laws, health and safety regulations, and intellectual property, which is a big concern for any kind of reproducing of people's images. The next tool I used from PMA was the SWOT analysis. The strengths, that's what I thought of when I was thinking of this project. It's going to be comprehensive documentation. It's going to be tailored to RTA. It's going to be a great resource for training, and it supports RTA's mission. Weaknesses, as I found, it's very time consuming. Creating a comprehensive manual, it eats up resources that we need to use to do our job. Potential for over specification, reliance on current knowledge can get outdated. Opportunities, opportunities to standardize our practices, be more efficient. Knowledge transfer, provides an opportunity to capture, transfer knowledge. Enhancement of training programs, documenting all this can make it easy to bring new employees up to speed. And threats, sometimes people are resistant to change. yet information become outdated and we can become too dependent on the manual. And the results. So I really didn't expect this to affect my project very much. You know, I've worked on a lot of projects, but it actually did affect it quite a bit. Originally, I had planned to revamp our digital file library and create a sign installation best practices guide. I still want to do that, but I need to be able to make these signs. I would like to be able to do those other things. So I narrowed the scope to make this project, you know, best chance at success. The pestle analysis made me rethink how we document our procedures. Originally, I was going to do the documentation, but I thought somebody else, you know, not as familiar might be more beneficial. And the SWOT analysis showed keeping the manual up to date will be a challenge. So keeping the information to a minimum where possible is going to be ideal. So now I have my project in mind. So it's time to create a process map to get this project rolling. But before I ran it through all these analysis tools, my project map might have looked like this. You know, I've been thinking about this project since 2021, but I never got it off the ground. You know, after refining my project from the tools learned in the PMA, my process map ended up looking like this. You know, I outline my procedures, you know, determine what exactly we're going to be documenting, determine the guidelines, what are going to be in each one of those procedures, then get it done, document the procedure. Now, is it available on our track sheet? Our track sheet is just an Excel spreadsheet where we use to list all of our work orders, sign requests, you know, to keep all of our work orders tracked. So if the job is available on the track sheet, use the track sheet, schedule the time when the job's being done, document the project using the guidelines developed in the template, and then file the procedure on the Teams page, you know, wash, rinse, repeat 19 times. And we should have you know, a successful project. You know, this process map was very effective in explaining this project to new people, like a new summer intern. You know, at this point in my project, I had the opportunity to recruit some help, you know, with my project scope, my PMA toolkit in hand. I applied for and received a summer intern to help document the sign fabrication procedures. As far as I know, we haven't had an intern in the sign shop before, so I believe the PMA played a crucial role in securing this resource. You know, from left to right, we have our sign shop leader, Bill Mariner, our summer intern, Taylor Casey, our sign shop helper, Pamela Majou, and myself. And Taylor was actually one of Rob's students at Cleveland State, and she did a great job for us. Now back to our project. You know, here's the procedures that we outlined. You know, instead of conducting a survey, I interviewed the sign shop leader, compiled a list of our fabrication procedures. You know, we used our track sheet to determine what jobs we wanted to document, narrowed it down to this 19 key procedures. You know, I created the list in an Excel spreadsheet, posted it to our Teams page to keep track of our progress. I felt a survey would be useful here for this step, but there's just not enough people familiar with the sign shop operations. So here's determine our guidelines. So while conducting the pestle analysis, I realized someone less familiar with our procedures would be more beneficial to document this. This approach would require our sign shop leader as our subject matter expert to explain the process in simpler terms. I assigned our new intern to interview the sign shop leader, determine the specific content for each procedure. From that interview, we settled on these 6 steps to document. You know, materials and equipment, design notes, printing notes, lamination, cutting and plotting notes, and finally the building notes. You know, I thought a survey would be useful here, but again, I didn't have access to enough people with specific sign fabrication experience who would be willing to share. So how do we get all this documentation done without slowing everything up in sign shop? So here's a little snippet from our track sheet. Shows here as of August 30th, we've had 674 sign requests. We've made over 17,000 signs. Some of them are little 3-inch by 3-inch QR codes, and some of them are floor to ceiling murals. So it's a lot. We're always busy. Oh, wait. So, you know, this is where I use the track sheet to document which procedure we were working on. You know, the procedures aren't really completed from start to finish in a single go. You know, multiple sign projects are often in various stages of completion. You know, to manage this, I use our track sheet to label the sign requests according to the 19 procedures that we previously outlined. You know, we gave our intern access to the track sheet, you know, marked the specific procedures for her to document. This allowed her to coordinate with the sign shop leader, ensuring she was ready to take notes while the signs were being fabricated. By doing this, the sign shop leader can explain the process while he worked, minimizing production interruptions. And here's my progress report. As of August 30th, we've had 3 procedures completed. And in the comments section, you can see the completed sections of those procedures. And here's an example of one of our completed fabrication procedures for our bus stop sign. So you see here we have our materials and equipment. This shows what our printers are required, shows what vinyl we use. It shows our RTA part number, our vendor part number, shows the lamination we use. That's, again, both part numbers. The substrate RTA part number. Substrate's just a fancy word for a sign blank, and it gives us all that information. Next up are the design notes. Somebody not familiar with, the production this might not make sense to them, but someone, familiar with sign fabrication, sign printing can use these notes to work to get better results on making a bus stop sign. Here we have our printing notes, shows what the printer set on, the part numbers, the printing profile. We have our laminating notes, again, we have all of our part numbers, our information here. You see here, where it says need to cut off backing paper, but not the second layer. A lot of signs end up being reprinted due to the lamination process. Here's our cutting and plotting notes, set the condition to number 3 on the plotter. Currently, these notes are just taped to the wall behind the plotter. So documenting is key. And we have our building notes, gives just some thoughts, some instructions on when you're assembling the sign. The thought is, somebody, if, in the future, we replace somebody either internally through our sign shop helper or externally, somebody with minimal sign experience, not too familiar with RTA, they'd be able to take this procedure and within short order be able to produce a bus stop sign, make sure that we're providing the signage that RTA needs. Now, what's our next steps? So it involves finishing the documentation process. We'll either need to allocate time or bring in additional help. The project has been successful so far. I'm confident we can achieve our goal by the documentation process by the end of the third quarter 2025, which I'm told is right around the time where our current subject matter expert will be retiring for good. Got to keep it updated. So based on the insights from our pestle and SWAT, keeping the manual updated will be a challenge. To address this, I'll establish a review process to ensure our procedures remain current and relevant. Once documentation is finalized, the sign shop has already begun using the manual as reference. And by consolidating all the essential information in one place, we've created a convenient, easily accessible resource. This marks a gradual shift from the scribbled Post-it note system of the past to a more structured and efficient future. And opportunities, by organizing the procedures, we can look for ways to streamline production. Not all vinyl is created equal. By keeping all of our materials organized, we can ensure we're using the right material for the job. I've already found a prime example of this. This manual should give us a good technical foundation to build upon and deliver innovative sign solutions for RTA. And that's it. Any questions?
That was awesome, Mike. Thank you so much. Wow, what a great project. And I can see PMA all over that. So that makes us feel really good. Thank you for sharing all the tools that you use. Amazing job. Rob, I know you got a question.
Well, I have one question and several comments. First of all, I wasn't surprised at all. Mike was my peer review partner, so I knew that he had a solid drop the mic presentation. So fantastic. And the second thing about anybody from the RTA, they always send the best and brightest from their organization. And I'm really glad to get a chance to work with you specifically because this is such a practical application, but the thorough nature of it is just phenomenal how you kind of put this together. My question has to do with around the succession planning part. You mentioned several times about the person that's going to retire or the basically the great resignation and the baby boomer stuff. What is the plan to backfill those open positions? What are we going to do about that?
Well, we recently were able to add the sign shop helper position, so that position would be able to, somebody come in with not much experience that we'd be able to train up on all these sign procedures. So either use that person as our replacement or fill in somebody from externally. In 2020, we didn't have that. We just had the one sign shop leader. So it really slowed production down. So that's our plan so far.
And I know that you mentioned Taylor in the presentation, and I'm glad that she worked out. Do you think that that would be a possibility of recruiting additional students or interns or fellow for future placements to kind of help out with the personnel issues?
That's my hope. Either getting some help from my manager, either it's some manpower, or applying and getting another summer intern next year.
Okay,
That's the plan.
awesome. Well, these are the kind of partnerships we're trying to create as well, the synergy across the whole board. So great job. Thank you for everything. Thanks for your support of our students as well.
Sure.
All right, we do have some questions inside the box. Hold on 1 second. We've got Shikana Merritt. Shikana says, great presentation, Mike. I especially like how you revised your SMART goals and process mapping. I understand how this can be a large undertaking with creating this manual. Will you have interns or other employees assist you with the additions and updates in the manual in the future?
That's the idea. I'd like it to be, everybody be involved. If it can become a useful resource, I can get buy-in from the team. I'll rely on them to keep it updated. They're the people that are going to be giving me that information to document. So if I'm not able to secure a summer intern, we'll have to see about realigning some stuff internally to get that manpower able to get the project over the finish line before, we lose that knowledge base, retiring here shortly.
Thanks, Mike. Okay, we also have a comment from Joel from RTA. I'm sure you know who he is. Joel says, Mike, it's great that you could clearly explain such a large project in a very short time. Great job.
Thank you.
And then we have one more from Julie Finnegan. Julie asks, have you created a schedule for reviewing and updating the procedures once you have them all created? To chunk them into a more reasonable review schedule and have others do the transfer knowledge and create the opportunity to capture other ideas and perspectives on the process for refinement over time.
I haven't yet. I've thought about that. I thought about including that in like a performance appraisal for myself and the sign shop leader to put that part of our our job scope. As long as this project's successful, if we can build on that success and it feels like that's it's going to be worth that, then that was my plan. To make sure that all this effort and work we put into it in 2024, 2025, this isn't just lost in 2026.
Great. Thanks for the answers, Mike. Hello, everyone. We're back. And next up, we have Mindy Vance. Mindy is from the Department of Public Safety, the Office of Criminal Justice Systems. All right, go for it, Mindy.
Hey, good morning, Kat. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much. All right. Everyone seems to love my Olivia Newton-John slide. As Kat said, my name is Mindy Vance. I'm the Director of Grants Monitoring and Fiscal Compliance for the Office of Criminal Justice Services. We are one of the 6 divisions of the Ohio Department of Public Safety. And I think we just happen to be the best division, if I don't say so myself. This program has been such a great opportunity for me. One of the things that has been very special is the opportunity to do this project. My project is the Virtual Fiscal Grants Management Academy, and I firmly believe that if it wasn't for this program, we would not be getting this academy off the ground. The Office of Criminal Justice Services, just like many other state entities and local entities, gives out a lot of funding every year to communities. The federal government specifically, within a 4-year period, gave out about $40 trillion in funding to state and local communities. The Government Accountability Office said after a series of studies that between $233 and $521 billion of this funding was lost due to fraud, abuse, and misuse of those funds. When grant funds are misappropriated, maybe through embezzlement, waste, or abuse, individuals in high-need communities are unable to get the services and supports that they need. For our office specifically, we provide lots of funding to victims and survivors of crime, as well as universities and law enforcement entities, whether those are state, local, township, or village. If we're providing services and funding to local communities to help engage survivors of intimate partner violence, family violence, or human sex or labor trafficking, if those funds are misused, those individuals do not get access to the services and supports that they need. What we do at the state is we do our best to monitor the use of those grant funds and ensure that they are not only used properly, but accounted for properly. The goal of my project is to help ensure good stewardship of grant-related funding to minimize the opportunity for misappropriation and misuse. My goal was to create an 8-module virtual fiscal grants management academy to help everybody who's interested in obtaining any type of state or federal grant through an organization in Ohio be able to get access to information that will help them fiscally manage grants appropriately. I know everybody is just as excited as the folks in this picture to hear about the Virtual Fiscal Grants Management Academy. The courses in this academy are self-paced, which is very nice. Someone can start, log in, begin a course. If they get distracted by something, which we all do, they can pause or log out and then re-enter later on at a different time. The audience are current grant subrecipients for any state or federal funds. Anyone who is interested in applying for state or federal funds in the future. The subrecipients, if they have a new hire, or even new hires in government agencies. The modules for the course are not specific to the Office of Criminal Justice Services. They are specific to grant funding in general. So this opportunity, it goes well beyond, at no cost to anyone, organizations and individuals who get funding from the Department of Public Safety. The modules for the virtual fiscal grant management include the following. There's a brief introduction. Then we have fiscal compliance, budgets, match and adjustments, standards for financial management, fraud, waste, and abuse, mitigating fraud, waste, and abuse, internal controls, policies, and our final module stars Susan Wilkie from the Ohio Ethics Commission, and she does a module for us on the Ohio ethics law and nonprofits. These modules do not have to be completed in any order. If there's 1 or 2 modules that an organization needs the information for, they can participate in those 2 modules, which is helpful, or an individual or organization can participate in all the modules. For anyone who participates in all the modules, they will get a certificate of completion from the Academy. For individuals or organizations who participate in 1 or 2, they will also get a certification for that specific module. One of the great things for any state agency that monitors grants, we have the ability to assign modules as part of pre-award conditions. So let's say we funded Rob's Domestic Violence Shelter, and we know that the last time we visited them, they struggled with internal controls, we have the ability to say, as part of their pre-award conditions, hey, Rob's Domestic Violence Shelter, if you want all of the funding that we're awarding in this grant, you need to complete this module by a specific date. How does this academy align with the strategic plan of the Office of Criminal Justice Services? Our office is required by statute. We are the lead justice planning agency for the state of Ohio. Part of what we do is we administer millions of dollars in state and federal criminal justice funding every year. Most of this funding involves a lot of grant monitoring and fiscal compliance, again, because we want to make sure that the funds are used for their intended purpose, but also we want to make sure the funds are accounted for in the way that they're supposed to be. The Virtual Fiscal Grants Management Academy aligns with our grant administration, monitoring, and compliance, and it will help do the same for anyone else. How did we get to the point where we now have the Fiscal Grants Management Academy? It all started with a proposal. I spoke with the deputy director from the Office of Budget Management to make sure this didn't conflict with any work that they were doing. I started creating an outline that I shared with multiple stakeholders to make sure that I was covering topics that would be helpful for them and their staff to learn about in terms of fiscal grant management. I facilitated 3 in-person trainings. They were day-long trainings. We sent out surveys to stakeholders, got feedback. We wanted to know what was I covering that didn't need to be covering, that I didn't need to cover. Was there anything that I was missing? What would be most helpful? Once we got that feedback, I made changes to the PowerPoint, revised everything, used Miro to start creating a storyboard with our department, our training department here at the Department of Public Safety. I started creating a PowerPoint, editing that. I had to create a script. I'm going to do a demo in just a moment of the academy so everybody can see it. Then developers in our division of learning were able to create a virtual learning platform. The developers have done an amazing job, as you are about to see, in really bringing the information to life. Let's face it, fiscal information is very boring. Information about fraud, waste, and abuse is not typically exciting, but we've tried to do a really good job of being creative. We've included video clips from The Office, Parks and Rec. We've included news clips, news stories, and everything is animated in a way that's very engaging. Our plan is to launch the Academy on October 2nd, which is the date of our celebration for the completion of the Certified Public Managers program. What tools were I able to use? The first thing was to come up with a list of SMART goals. This has actually been a huge project. It's taken 9 months. So coming up with SMART goals and identifying what was realistic has been a huge component of the project, specifically because we are talking about adult learning. One of the things that we did not want to do was provide so much information that people had their eyes glaze over. So each individual module is between 12 and 15 minutes. It provides the information that's necessary, but doesn't provide so much information that people can't glean from it what is most important. We looked at our fiscal monitoring and grant compliance program in terms of a SWOT analysis. What are our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats? The strengths are our wonderful team. We have a 7-person team that is absolutely fantastic. The weaknesses, the big weakness is we only have a 7-person team. When you're looking at giving out a couple $100 million, 7 people are not a lot to do all of the fiscal compliance and to do all the payment reimbursement. This was a huge opportunity for us. One of the goals of my section is prevention through education. Folks don't know what they don't know, specifically when we're looking at law enforcement and we're looking at organizations that provide services for victims of crime. Their job is people, right? Not paper. So we have to do prevention and education in a way that helps folks engage in fiscal compliance that allows them to maximize their time with people, not paper. And the greatest threat really is people not having information. Individuals who start nonprofits, who become engaged in a helping field, do so because of their compassionate hearts, because of passion, because they themselves may have a lived experience or they may have a family member with a lived experience. Having that passion is great, that subject matter expertise, but it doesn't always necessarily translate into business knowledge. And when folks don't have business knowledge, things can happen that are actually greater than mistakes. We can help folks all day with mistakes, but when it comes to fraud, waste, and abuse, we are in a position that we either have to report to other authorities in the state or the federal government. Surveys were a huge tool for us, gathering information on what would be helpful. I talked with my team about what they were seeing, but we also needed information from individuals in the field who do the work every day. What is it that they need help learning? What are questions they have? What do they need more information on so that they can participate in continuous quality improvement and see their fiscal situation continue to get better and better? We had feedback sessions from stakeholders. Some of our stakeholders who run associations were very critical in getting information back from the field. Miro was a big help for me. When you're creating a large training, having a storyboard is very important so you can actually see the story progress from beginning to end. We use Teams, we use the project management tool, myself and the developers. One of the things that was super helpful because I was so deeply entrenched in the weeds was having someone else be able to help with the project management and say, hey, you have a deadline this Friday. Make sure you meet the deadline, or if you can't meet the deadline, come up with a new one. And certainly PowerPoint is critical anytime you're putting together content for a training. The action plan was actually pretty quick, right? There were only a certain number of months in the program. By March, we had the PowerPoint completely created. We moved on to virtual lesson creation starting in June. We started testing in August. We were correcting errors in September. And like I said, right at the beginning of October, we're hoping to have our virtual open house. The next steps for the program, we want to do a public release of the Virtual Fiscal Grants Management Academy. We'll include this in our bulletin. We'll start sharing this in all of our webinars and other avenues. We have lots of stakeholders who are very excited to share the information. After information is shared and everyone starts participating and graduating from the academy, we are going to ask each participant to complete a very brief 3-question survey so that we can engage in quality improvement. We want to know what's helpful, what's not helpful. Was there information that wasn't clear? I think anyone who's a subject matter expert has a good understanding of our specific field, our specific knowledge base, but that doesn't mean we can effectively explain it to individuals who don't have that expertise. That's my biggest concern, is that the information is relatable to individuals who aren't necessarily a fiscal person or who aren't well schooled and well versed on fraud, abuse, and waste. We will continually update based on an annual schedule. The material I think all of us know that both the federal government and state government update their rules, regulations, and statutes on a regular basis. So we want to make sure all information that's in the academy is as up to date as possible. October 1st, there's a lot of updates to the Code of Federal Regulations. That information is already built into the academy, so we can wait until next year to do our first update. And then we'll continue to add relevant news stories and case examples. We specifically did not use news stories or case examples from Ohio. I think everyone is aware that people can appeal cases, so we didn't want to create a situation where we had misinformation. So we tried to follow the lead of the Ohio Ethics Commission and use examples from out of state. So now we are going to have a brief demo of the Academy.
Welcome to the Office of Criminal Justice Services Fiscal Grants Management Academy. We appreciate you setting aside time to learn with us as we share the basics of fiscal grants management. Many organizations rely on grant funding to cover the costs of essential services and supports delivered throughout Ohio. These may include victim services, law enforcement, outreach, or research through higher education. Regardless of the services and supports offered, they help to make Ohio a better place for us all. Before we get started, the Office of Criminal Justice Services would like to thank you for everything you do to help our friends, families, and neighbors. Your dedication and commitment help make Ohio a better place for us all. Next, let's cover our intended audience. The Fiscal Grants Management Academy is intended for current subrecipients, organizations interested in applying for grants, and nonprofit board of directors for current or potential subrecipients. It can also be a helpful onboarding tool for new staff in your organization. Here at the Fiscal Grants Management Academy, our overall goal is to match the level of passion for communities with fiscal knowledge. We want to prevent 4 things. The first of them is fraud. The second is waste. The third is abuse. The fourth is mismanagement. Individuals working at nonprofits and in public service have no shortage of passion. Your advocacy and dedication help Ohio's most vulnerable citizens. While passion is key to our work, it does not always translate to business knowledge. For organizations receiving grant funds to thrive, fiscal grant management practices must be implemented to ensure grant funds continue to flow. You are responsible for implementing safeguards to prevent fraud, waste, abuse, and mismanagement of grant funds. Mindful and thorough management of funds prevents their misuse.
So, in summary, Fiscal Grants Management Academy creation was based on a lot of the tools that we learned in the Certified Public Manager program. We're super excited about this, getting this up off the ground. This was something that was a really large project, and I recently hit my 26th year in state service. So for me, part of the importance of this was a legacy project and something that can continue once I have left public service. Before I stop and give time for questions, there are some folks that I would really like to thank. First and foremost, the Executive Director of the Office of Criminal Justice Services, Nicole Daner, who had complete faith in me that I could pull off a very large project in a short amount of time. She gave me space to do so, lots of encouragement. So this definitely would not have happened without that. Chris Eberts and Clinton Ives from the Department of Public Safety, they helped a lot with this project. Clinton is the developer, and he's a really great guy. And I think he gets me. I don't know if anyone paid attention to like the karate chop when they were talking about fraud. So I appreciate his enthusiasm and sense of humor. Definitely, Kat, thank you so much for all your positivity, for always keeping us engaged and on track. Rob, we appreciate you. Like I said before, I'm your biggest fan. I think you're not only a great director, but you're just a great human being. So we all appreciate you. And I don't know if Dr. Madden is on. Dr. Madden is absolutely brilliant, passionate, and wonderful. And I don't think any of us would have been able to do the good work that we've done in our programs without her support. So I have a couple references if anyone is interested in information, but now, Kat, if we have time for questions, I'm not sure.
Okay, wow. That was outstanding. You did it. It's amazing. All right, I have some comments and questions in here. We've got Mary Cywerka says, tremendous effort and project I will be sharing to key stakeholders in Elyria.
Thank you.
That's Mary. And then we have, Mary also asked a question. Where will the link be available?
I will send it to Kat and then ask if she can
we'll
send
share
it out to everybody, but it definitely will also be on our website.
Okay, great. I will share that happily. And then we have a question from Julie Finnegan. Julie says, do you have a plan or considered how to track the impact of the academy? Reduction in fraud and waste will be important to capture, but it's difficult when it comes to prevention. So beyond number of fraud cases or dollars lost of fraud or waste, how will you measure the impact of this program?
I think our big thing is, Julie, is going to be looking at the number of findings that we have when we do our fiscal compliance reviews. So fortunately, we have more findings than we do of cases of fraud, waste, and abuse. So if we can see a decrease in those findings over time, we know we won't collect any like real hard data for at least a year because we want to make sure we get everybody up and going. But that'll be the indicator for us, is the number of findings.
Thank you, Mindy. Okay,
You're
we have
welcome. Thank you.
a question, and I know Rob's itching over there. Go ahead,
No,
Rob.
I don't have a question. Just a drop the mic, Mindy. The only thing I had to say is, I also have a little side hustle where I'm helping the state of Oregon get their standard program up. And I was just wondering if this would be something you'd be willing to share with those folks, since you mentioned the federal concept as well. So I'll be in touch.
All right, sweet.
So thank you.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
Kat.
Great job, Mindy. Thanks so much. Hi, everyone. We are back with Michael Klimczek. He is from the Ohio Department of Transportation. Michael, go for it.
All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Michael Klimczek. I am the Safety and Health Coordinator with District 12. In District 12, we serve Cuyahoga, Lake, and Geauga counties. Figured start off with giving some background information about ODOT. ODOT consists of 12 districts. There's 88 counties in Ohio. We have locations in all 88 counties. We have over 225 locations, and we have over 4,000 employees. We have a central office which is located in Columbus. In many cases, we call that District 13 because we're keeping track of data and information, but it's not an official district. So then, to give a better breakdown, District 12, we have 400 employees, which are in capital programs, which includes planning, engineering, surveyors, real estate, project inspectors, bridge inspectors, and we have a test lab to test out aggregates and materials on the roadways. We also have maintenance operations, which covers highway technicians, electricians, signal electricians, all facility maintenance for all the buildings, mechanics, welders, auto body workers, and managers for the departments. Then we have the Business and Human Resource Department, which covers IT, finance, all the executive leadership, public information, human resources, training department, and safety staff, which I'm in. Now for the safety department, what we cover accident and injury investigations. process paperwork for vehicle liability claims. We have over 500 vehicles and pieces of equipment within our district. We do monthly building inspections, ensuring compliance with OSHA and PERC, which we inspect our full service maintenance facilities, all the outposts, rest areas, and headquarters buildings. We also perform work site inspections, making sure that they're compliant, and also making sure they're compliant with the OMU TCD, which is the Ohio Manual of Unified Traffic Control Devices. We also provide PPE to all new employees, replace worn out PPE as needed, and we have boot reimbursement and t-shirt programs. And we do a lot of training. We provide training to new employees, with training on CPR, AED, basic first aid, mental health awareness, OSHA outreach training, and we provide training to other state agencies that we might work with. So for compliance, we have to follow OSHA compliance, but being that all city, state, county, municipalities in the state of Ohio, they fall under PERP as the enforcement agency. And what PERP is Public Employment Risk Reduction Program, which is a part of BWC, Bureau of Workers' Compensation. And what PERP has done, they've adopted all of OSHA standards and regulations, and they've created some of their own too, but for the most part, it's the same as OSHA. So for my project description, my project is improving the culture of safety within our district. And with a successful program, it'll take over and kind of evolve into all the districts, if you know that. And also under that is reducing injuries and the loss of time claims and training new employees. Right now, we have a lot of new employees that are coming through the door because we had a lot of retirees over the last few years. So even since I started 10 years ago, we've had a very large change in the workforce. And we have new employees. We're hiring people left and right. We have continuous job postings open. So I've used many different tools from this PMA class, but I determined that the SWOT analysis kind of outlined everything the best for me. So for the strengths, I chose there's PPE advancements. We had the creation of safety committees to determine where we have problems and what we need to address on safety concerns. Weakness, we have, being a state agency, we have a long onboarding process. So that takes a while to get new employees in, get them started, and put them through all the required training and stuff. And it also leaves a large workload for the safety department to take on all that. But that brings opportunities too. Opportunities, we have new employees that can be trained and how we want to train them. We also could provide mentorship programs, provide guidance to the new employees. For the threats, we have employees that are resistant to change and lack of support from everybody. So I was looking at statistics of our district, which is 12. We have a pretty high number of injuries back in fiscal year 2023, which started July of 22 to June of 23. That was right around the time I came into the safety department. I discovered that, and it made me wonder why we have so many injuries. So I started doing research and putting data together to see what the underlying causes were. So this is from a statewide accidents for fiscal year 2023, I noticed that the trend is most of the accidents that happened and injuries were caused by employees that had less than a year of employment. So that kind of stood out to me. Like, why would that be? And as I look more into it, I've noticed there's training gaps and lack of training and just lack of overall experience. So now to break it all down, the most common injuries that we have are slips, trips, and falls, struck by falling or flying objects, lifting and lowering, and motor vehicle accidents, which is common. And we work on the side of a highway, so we're exposed to a lot of things. And many times they're not even our fault. We're just hit by drunk drivers or people not paying attention. As you see in the picture, that was a scene that I was actually on, I'd say about 5 years ago. That truck was sitting on the berm right there where it was hit. Drunk driver ran right into the back of it. Anyway, more statistics from fiscal year 2023 and 2024. I broke it down to what the most common ones were. And the most common were slips, trips, and falls, lifting and lowering, and motor vehicle accidents again. And those a lot of times result in loss of time too. So like if it's a slip, trip, or fall, a lifting and lowering, a motor vehicle accident, many times employees can be off for weeks or months because of injuries. So to help with that, OSHA teaches that to follow the hierarchy of controls. What you do, you start with elimination, which means removing a hazard. Substitution, replace the hazard. Engineering controls, you want to isolate people from the hazard. And administrative controls to change the way people work. And PPE is always the last line of defense. So following that, we've worked on providing training, providing updating SOPs or standard operating procedures, doing administrative controls to help change and reduce injuries. Yeah, providing training is a big one. We actually hired an additional trainer to help take on the workload of all new employees. We have temporary employees fill them in to be trainers, help with that workload. In addition to that training too, we provide people with training to get their CDLs for Class A, Class B commercial driver's license. We have mentorship programs now to train new employees and help guide them in the right direction. And we've been researching and purchasing the best PPE for the tasks that they're exposed to. Now for training, I'm an OSHA outreach trainer, so I could provide OSHA 10 and OSHA 30-hour courses for new employees and existing employees. And even managers can get like the 30-hour courses, so that way they know all the safety stuff. The CPR and basic first aid, I'm an instructor. We teach them on that, and we do it every 2 years to renew it. We've added criteria to new hire orientation. That way we better prepare them. And we provide regular refresher trainings and e-learnings and in person. So this right here is a job safety analysis, job hazard analysis, where job safety analysis determines, you take a process, break it down into steps, and you identify each hazard for each step. Then you recommend a course of action or procedure to how to reduce the hazard. This one right here is just on making toast. You could take this and make it to like any different job task that you perform. So I figured this was a good illustration, just kind of give the idea of what a job hazard analysis entails. So with the job hazard analysis, we work with the committees to evaluate hazards and determine the best practices to do. And also we ensure that we are compliant with OSHA and PERC in all our tasks and determine what we had to do to make sure we're compliant. So then for our administrative controls, we're in the process of rewriting our SOP. It was last updated in 2018. A lot has changed since then, so there's going to be a lot updated. We have a safety incentive program we're working on to be an incentive in order to increase safe behavior. And we have what's called the core safety program. Here with the core safety program, it talks about different concepts of it. There's training, incident investigation to determine how an accident occurred or why it occurred. We ensure compliance and risk of everything we're doing. Provide inspections of job sites, audits. We communicate with employees and train them. We send out emails addressing safety concerns. And issue corrective actions as necessary. And our employee recognition would be like the safety incentive program, which will be unveiled soon. And you gotta have management involvement every step of the way. So for the core safety program, the requirements is executive leadership support, safety team and employee participation, performing a job hazard analysis, PPE assessments, having a written safety and health program, educational training material development for courses, employee training and continuous safety program communications, and annually evaluating the program and how the results that were from the program. So for staffing levels, we need an increase in safety inspectors to help take on the workload, have advancement opportunities for employees that have been here, and have a designated safety manager to lead the program. Now for PPE, we had type 1 hard hats, which are basic hard hats, just rated for top protection. I've been pushing to go with type 2 safety helmets because they offer protection for top and side impact versus type 1, which is just the top protection. And 2, with the type 2 safety helmets, you can better attach different attachments for different tasks. And we're going to provide the same PPE to all employees. They'll have the same attachments they can put on and use as necessary. With that, I've created a pilot program. I purchased hard hats and distributed them to different facilities. And I let different volunteers wear them. Then I created questionnaires and surveys and got their feedback after a few months to see what they thought about the hard hats. And the majority of them chose the type 2 over the type 1 helmet for hard hat. So with that really helps out because I felt type 2 was much better. and seeing that everybody else agrees help push me to push forward and pushing the issue. We have 100% hard hat policy. Anytime on the right of way, we're required to wear a hard hat. So the anticipated impact of my project would be retention of employees, increased employee engagement, reducing injuries and reducing loss of time, and cost savings of both indirect and direct costs. Also with that, we have an increase in productivity and an increase in knowledge among all the employees. And for a conclusion, all employees will be trained in CPR, AED, and basic first aid. Employees will have OSHA 10 and OSHA 30 cards. And we will switch all employees to Type 2 safety helmets in January of 2025, and that will be statewide. Our work helped push the state to implement that. And in our guiding principles, the first line of it is we put safety of the public and our workforce first. And we serve all Ohioans. We work together as one. Thank you.
Great job, Michael. Awesome. Thank you so much. Much needed work. Rob, I know you have a question.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. I want to say that great job on this, because I'm just as a driver on 71, I live in Medina, go back up north and southbound on 71 every day, and it is like the wild west. It's getting beyond out of control.
It's definitely getting worse. I've noticed that too over the years.
So I guess my statement is it's out of control. I don't know, I don't mean to get people to quit ODOT, but I don't know who in the heck would want to be out there in the roads when I'm scared getting inside of a 2-ton, 3-ton vehicle. My question is, for the safety side, are there any opportunities to partner with the state highway patrol, local police departments, or things like that to crack down on these speeders, or to enhance the safety and visibility of your workers in these different areas?
Yes, we have programs like that. We work a lot with the highway patrol. A common thing they're going to tell you is highway patrol, they're short-staffed too, and they can only do so much. I mean, I know being a safety, I deal a lot with highway patrol. I know even going to like accident scenes, and many times they can't even come out to accident scenes because they're so short-staffed, or they don't even have anybody staffed. They'll say call local police department.
Yeah, I have another question. I was working with somebody in the city of Cleveland in risk management. And
yes.
So one of the things that they're trying to do is, when there's an accident, they will actually bring out like a fire truck to block the area or create a barrier. And I was talking to him, and he's like, this is like crazy that we're using a fire truck. He's like, it's obviously a big vehicle. It's red. People see, they can block it, but it's $1 million plus piece of machinery. And he was saying that there are other types of vehicles you can purchase that would create that block in the barrier, things like that, at less expensive. Have you ever heard about those types of opportunities, or investigated those type of things to win a...
I've actually talked to, I think you're talking about Patrick Manigan.
Yes.
I've guided him a lot with crash attenuators, and I kind of arranged a lot of him talking with us and giving accident information. So to where he's at now, I helped him a lot get there. But we have.
Go ahead.
We have crash attenuators. They're pretty much just like trailers and towing behind our dump trucks. They maybe absorb impact.
Would that be something that would be a good partnership or another extended project to help with safety on the road, and maybe get collaboration with the local and county authorities in addition to ODOT?
Yes, we do a lot of that. There's a lot of that goes on already with us. I'm not really part of it because we have a traffic engineer that handles a lot of that. I'm more like, my focus is like employees, our employees.
Right, yeah,
But
sure.
yes, we do work on that stuff with local municipalities and law enforcement.
Great. Well, thank you. This is a fantastic project and keep up the good work to try to keep your folks safe. I really appreciate it. Back to you, Kat.
Hey, I have a question for Mindy Vance. Mindy asked, other than individuals working on roads, what job is in the most danger?
My job's mostly, I'm a field position, so I'm out and about and I go to job sites and I'm kind of everywhere. Every day can be different. And with all the stuff we do, we have so many different people working on any given day. And my phone rings around the clock.
Thank you, Michael. Any other questions? Rob, you good?
I think I saw one there from Anna. Did you ask that?
Oh, she's
Anna?
in the chat. I can see it there. Yeah, thank you. Okay, ready, Michael?
Yeah.
How does ODOT communicate safety expectations and best practices to its frontline workers?
What we do, mainly I send out emails to managers and pretty much the managers deal directly with the employees. We have weekly tailgate talks where we talk about different subjects, different hazards, different people communicate. I'll send out different ones depending on like weather or different conditions coming up. And I have a packet of them I use and I send them out every week, a different subject. But yeah, managers are responsible for the direct safety talks. And two, I go out to garages and I go out to field visits and talk to people. They know me really well.
Great. Ernest says, great job, Michael. Okay, awesome. Hi, everyone. We're back and we have Alana Nichols here. Alana is from Capital Talent Development Group and Alana is from PMA 7. Alana, over to you.
All right. So happy Friday, everyone, and welcome to Capital Talent Development Group. The first kickoff for the founding or even the opportunity to be a part of this great opportunity began in the transition from being full-time employed to transitioning to an actual company, a business, right? So Rob kept the dive during the pandemic and said, hey, don't give up. Let's still keep you in the track, and accepted the willingness for a project to be focused more so on initiative versus process improvement, right? To support the business angle. So within the scope, the response was the creation of what I titled the Youth Equity Hub. So a lot of conversation on what do we do with a high unemployed youth market, targeting those that were in the bucket of 18 to 24. How do we transition them back into the labor market? And exactly what do we really do in terms of creating the right opportunity of fit for, at the time, this is back in 2021, 22, of what were considered in demand fields, occupations, all that great jazz. So the initiative was kicked off and sent to the Chamber of Commerce, to different groups, from youth violence prevention hubs, all that jazz. I became a little bit more careful and sharing because it was like pieces of the proposal or the initiative were like copied out, pasted, and turned into opportunities within some of the agencies that I was sharing it with. So now we are here in 2024, and I did not give up on the youth initiative component for the Youth Equity Hub, because it's on time, it's relevant, and just conversation, taking a dive out of completing the Goldman Sachs Black in Business program. There's still a high rate of unemployed youth, especially those that represent Black and brown populations.
But as we take a dive into the heartland of Ohio with the infrastructure investment dollars and advanced manufacturing, if you look at the proposal for Intel, if you travel towards 71 going south into Cincinnati, Hamilton County area with the Sprint Bridge project, if you come back into the Cleveland market with a lot of investments with a bridge project on the table for them, and infrastructure in the hospital, into the school, it's so much development taking place, right? So perfect time. And so within the Youth Equity Hub, I'm going for the dive. At first it was like 5 million because the wage was so high for the youth talent at 15 an hour, embedded with incentives on steroids. So the primary scope of this initiative is really focused on how do we create skill-ready talent. So similar to what you heard in the previous presentation from ODOT, within this scope, the talent that's being developed through training based on-the-job training, based on certification training tied to high growth, critical demand industries such as construction, healthcare, and manufacturing. When you get into the conversation of first aid, CPR, OSHA 10, OSHA 30, our kids are coming loaded with all that information, all that training, because it's part of the design. We want skill-ready talent. So when they get introduced to an entity such as ODOT, they become introduced to the healthcare market. They have the basis of pre-employability skills to secure opportunity with some type of credentialing. For those that are in the pipeline of graduating from high school, there's incentives to make sure that they are graduating on time, and they are graduating with some type of connection to a short-term certification. So even if they're in college, they're career ready or even in preparation to be connected with the institution, an employer, a mentor, an opportunity where they can actually grow a career pathway. Even if it's making sure for those that say, hey, I don't want to go to college, I want to take a dive and maybe the skilled trade is better, we're proposing to pay for whatever the cost is associated with getting a union card, making sure when they show up to the union, they're ready with the pre-employability steps of just being able to pass basic drug assessments, right? That they have proof of having legal driver license. So we know when they get on the road, they're not going to get pulled over and there's some type of adversity to where they're late for the job because of a traffic stop. That they have insurance for the automobile because it's needed for at least the first year of being in the project. So I'm going to go up, and because of the scope within the state of Ohio, the hardest hit population at this time is those that are 18 to 24. So the Youth Equity Hub is really focusing our core attention on this age group with the opportunity to connect them to what we call socio-economic mobility with opportunity to obtain inclusive prosperity. So we're going to allow the funding system to drive what they think is most appropriate, but the hope is that the project can start within Summit or start counties. But if we're watching, or if the state is watching their data on their side, or where the critical components of where youth talent needs a development, we're willing to take it out to Hamilton, where they have the Sprint Bridge project. If we have to go into the outer scope of Franklin to where they're expanding on an Intel project, if we have to take it into the Cleveland market, we just want to make sure we are creating access and connectivity to critical high growth industries. And what we need most is skilled ready, but also an educated talent population. So we're negating all of the jazz that we don't have the talent in the state of Ohio, right? So if we come up to a little bit, I'm sorry it's not fancy, like this is live and getting ready to be sent off by 5 p.m. tonight, and somebody else is on the other jam, like making edits as I'm going through this. But our goal is to make sure within the implementation of the Youth Equity Hub that we are contributing to 90% or greater of on-time high school graduation or college graduation rates among our youth participants, connection to relevant work readiness training, access to quality on-the-job trainings, and or paid work-based learning experience that lead to gainful, sustainable employment within critical high growth industries. And again, that is looking at construction, healthcare, and manufacturing at training wages at 15 an hour, right? And then we're taking it a step further with the leadership development and the connectivity to the social capital for the retention of the opportunities, or for those who can say yes to actually hiring our talent. And a great example would be one of my favorite construction firms, Wolte Construction. During the spring, we had an opportunity just to test the market by bringing the actual owner, Mr. Taylor, and his son, Mike, into the conversation, and with Shaq Davis at Next Gen in the Cleveland market to sit one-on-one with the youth talent and discuss the opportunities in construction, from becoming a skilled journeyman or going into the electric side or the construction side from the skilled trades component or through the technical component, right? For those that might want to do the 4-year degree in construction management. We want them to be connected to folks who can say yes to opportunity without the biasness that sometimes is confronted with talent that comes from underestimated markets, specifically those that are Black and brown. What else are we doing? Oh, the skilled trades, the apprenticeships, all that great jazz, right? We're doing this all in-house. And the goal of this is really to help solve 2 problems: a reduction in youth violence that's occurring across the state of Ohio because of maybe lack of connectivity to meeting opportunities, and shifting focus on funding to social government programs for temporary aid for needy families, for those that's in that realm of services, TANF, so we can really have a talent base that's ready to respond and close some of the talent shortages that we are seeing or that's projected for a lot of these projects. So our service model is based on evidence research by entities such as the National Fund for Workforce Solutions, Jobs for the Future, Booking Institute, the U.S. Department of Labor, and YouthGov. We're taking it a little bit further into comprehensive services, right? So not only are they getting exposure to quality OJTs, on-the-job training, or what we like to say in workforce development world, paid work-based learning opportunities, but we're also taking it a step further into comprehensive case management services over a 3-year plan, right? So, of course, that's going to entail 50 hours of soft skills and leadership training, that one-on-one mentoring opportunity with skilled professionals, that exposure to specialized career pathways. The best example, again, is the Wolte Construction. They took my son on, and he's an African-American male, taking a dive in construction management and never realized the energy component or connectivity to construction. And now he has that exposure and the why behind college and want to create that for more. The certified micro-credentialing opportunities. So taking it further from just the basic of the CPR, the first aid, the safety trainings based on the first level of OSHA 10, or taking it to more advanced of OSHA 10, trying to negate away from hospitality because that's where we have overpopulated of undereducated talent, especially in an underestimated market, but really focusing on what we can give them for that first entry pathway into these critical high growth industries. So depending on what the industry is requiring, we're paying for that micro credentialing either upon graduation from high school, if they take that dive for employment versus college, or if they are completing college and they need this upon that year of graduation, we're going to braid it into the opportunity so they can have the credential of a college degree, but also the credential tied to actual skill development earned, so they're marketable. There are assets to the future employer. We're proposing guided industry tours, with college exposure and all the support that's required upon graduation with career planning. This is where I know they're going to have a heart attack, so I'm going after discretionary funds to help in what might be considered unallowable or costs, because I'm proposing for each youth attached to the initiative up to $7,000. That $7,000 over a 3-year period will be utilized to help cover tuition gaps, room and board, books, supplies, membership fees for professional organizations, the purchase of a car for those who are actually connected to the trade, the skilled trade union, and or to a direct employment if it's in that high growth industry attached to construction. You cannot work in construction without reliable transportation to get to and from job sites, right? And even if they have the car, we're even proposing to help with the requirements of the maintenance to ensure that they have the proper car or vehicle insurance, you name it, so they are ready for the opportunity without any adversities taking place. Within that $7,000, they also will receive support with professional work attire and uniforms, housing assistance to prevent youth homelessness, and for those who might have a child or children, support in that first 6 months, that year. They just can't cap out the $7,000 for childcare or out of school time assistance, right? We know that it's one of the biggest obstacles, especially for employees that go into the manufacturing industry, because now we're talking about shift difference, all this other jazz, to where maybe they might have to work second and third shift, and access to that childcare is something that we have to consider and provide a resource to support. So within this entire scope, we're starting small. We're only going to target 50 youth to keep the budget down, because if you create budgets or work on budgets, when you get into salaries, you get into paying for training opportunities, that's when the budget explodes, right? When everybody gets a little scared. But because there's such a demand in the state of Ohio to have skilled, ready, career-ready talent, we're going to take a shot at it, right? We didn't give up from 2021. We're in 2024. We have a little bit more information. We are connected to more workforce entities that can give us the data to support our work, or even help us with braiding a lot of the funding. If the state says, wait, it's on explosive, it's on steroids, this is what we can do, but you have to find other funding ways to close the funding gaps. So where are we at now? So how are we going to measure all of this wonderful, wonderful work, right? Especially if we're talking about putting young folks into cars or giving them incentives up to $7,000, right? We're going to measure this based on the increased on-time graduation rates of high school and post-secondary education students that are involved in that aspect, from high school graduation to post-secondary education. So students who are in the 12th grade preferably would be our target, because within that year, we know that that's where we should be working with them to graduate. For those that are in post-secondary education, we're probably looking at those that are in their junior year, so we can support them through their senior and graduation year. We're going to empower and evaluate the outcomes based on the number of youth within that 50 service batch graduating actually from high school and post-secondary education, but also short-term certification training programs tied to high growth career pathways. And the connection of employment that was actually achieved from those who actually graduate from high school, post-secondary education, certification training, or those that are connected into the trades or apprenticeship programs, right? We're going to close socioeconomic disparities within the workforce. Hard work. We're going so strong and just making sure the on-time graduation rates are what we're achieving. Those who are in college during the time of the implementation of the Youth Equity Hub, because we have that $7,000 in incentive awards over a three-year period, they will be required to maintain at least a 2.5 grade point average or greater. We understand everybody's not going to be the high achievers and have the 3.0s or greater. We want you to just be eligible to graduate on time and give you the resources to support it. For those that are connected to employment, we're going to measure it based on their actually completion, but also their connectivity to employment based on a 6-month employment retention rate. Once we pass the students over to the employer, the goal is for them to share the information. They can work with our team on how to actually do the performance measurement for the onboarding, the culture aspects, all that other great stuff. I'm not going to show you guys the budget because it's on steroids, right? But we're going for it because it's a needed population to really support the workforce industry, but also the labor market within Ohio. Northeast Ohio will be the target. But again, it's wherever the state says we need the priority of the opportunity, that's where we're going, because we want to close the disparity that were heightened from the COVID-19 pandemic, but continue to plague those that are in that underestimated population, Black and Brown, and those that are in that age group of 18 to 24. So I know they wanted 20 minutes. But because this is so live, Rob, Kat, you tell me, we can have a conversation if it makes sense, because many of you guys are employers. If you want to scream out loud, $7,000, yes, because we think and we know our youth talent deserve the opportunity, and more importantly, the investment to be a part of all the great infrastructure projects, or all the mobility that the state of Ohio has going on for developments in these high critical growth industries. And we want to make sure it's inclusive, it's accessible, it's equitable, and we're not discounting underestimated talent. And when I say estimated, it can be those that represent the Black and Brown populations, our female talent, especially those that are white, who are not reaching graduation rates or getting stuck at working at the Circle K's and the customer service, or taking a shot of thinking working in hospitality with the tips is going to save their lives. Even tackling into some of those that might have been coming from incarceration, but they have developed skills while they might have been away in detention centers, and they just need access to opportunity. So we're looking at the underestimated talent group, moving beyond the scope of what the normal conversation for diversity, equity, inclusion, and what's the A, accessibility looks like, and 2, hard conversations of let's make the investment in who we know need it most is our underestimated talent group. And that's the Youth Equity Hub.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for putting this together. Alana, I just have a couple questions. Where does this stand right now as far as the operational aspect of it? Are you going to apply for funding, work with a nonprofit? Where we stand with that right now?
This is so live and is getting sent off to Jobs and Family Services leadership down in Columbus 2 hours after we get off of this call to discuss what aspect makes sense, doesn't make sense, or where we can scale it back? Or do we need to create this as a coaching model for those who have the funding dollars through TANF funding or what they call CCMEP, or what's the best fit? So we're going live in the conversation on where the best investment counts or will have the greatest impact, and what's the reality of what is fundable in this aspect. Because it's titled Youth Equity Hub, I'm proposing for the individuals who work to service directors, because they'll probably have to travel across county lines. I'm giving them rates of compensation at 80,000 plus, because I know what it's like to be traveling. I want them to be able to respond to needs for the youth talent involved, to be a part of training, but also be a part of what it looks like to have equity and income and not be in that bucket of being underestimated or counted as low income talent still receiving some form of public assistance. We're busting that bubble. So this is live and real. And for a discretionary fund, I'm going to a private sponsor for this in New York. So pray for us. I think we'll get it to cover the cost for the incentives if it's deemed unallowable, because I have the transportation piece with the purchase or assistance to help the youth, especially those in construction, purchase cars. So, oh yeah, it's ready. It's ready, Rob. It's going to the people who can say yes, or let's make it into a model to give to those who need help implementing quality services.
Thank you. Thanks. Kat, is there any comments or questions in the audience?
Yeah, I have a couple questions and comments from Zakia Wright, so I'm going to go through all of them. Zakia is asking, who would be providing the training? Will you be partnering with employers, city leaders, or nonprofit partners to assist with this initiative?
Okay, good question. It's considered a hub, and how did I forget that? Yes, we are going into a full collaborative partnership. So the folks that we're going to partner with, of course, will be on the safety side. Those that are representing the public safety entities, the Chamber of Commerce, because they have the employer base, right? We're going to work with our post-secondary education institutions surrounding the targeted communities, because they best can deliver the certified training for that credentialing. And we're working within some of our hubs of nonprofits, but we're being so strategic that we really want individuals that can help, or the institutions that can drive the outcome. So us creating the wheels outside of the soft skill training, the leadership training, we'll tag on to some entities, because we want to make sure everybody's a part of the hub who can really contribute and help with the desired impact. So we can't do it alone. So yes, if we're in the Summit Stark County market, Stark State College would be a viable option. Akron University, viable option. If we're taking this to Columbus State, their community college, Ohio State. If we're going down into Cincy, the University of Cincinnati, connected to their Blue Ash campus. If we're coming into Cleveland and they say that's the market, I'm a Viking, CSU for life, right? We're going to connect with you. We're going to connect with Tri-C. It's just a matter of where they target the priority of the opportunity, but we can't do this kind of work alone. And for the credibility, the credentialing, the connection to what the skill traits look like, oh yeah, we're partnering up. And even for the unions, we can't do it without them, but we want to make sure when they go to the union that they are prepared outside of what the union is going to develop them in terms of being skill ready for the projects on what is articulated from the construction owners, the managers, whoever the sponsors are over the project.
Thank you, Lana. Part two of her question was, have you considered the age group from 16 to 24? Once they hit 18, it might be too late to ensure they graduate on time.
No, we're going to stick to 18 intentionally, because when you get into 16, to 18, that's already a population to where the states consider them in-school population, right? But the group that they have the hardest right now on achieving outcomes with are those that are 18 to 24. So they're deemed as out of school population or those that need help transitioning to graduation. So the core of my experience is working with a lot of the youth in the 16 to 18. We stretch it out to 19 population. So we can catch some of those that are 18 that are still in high school in the 12th grade that just need that extra push or why to graduate on time. It won't be the full cohort of the students that we service, but we are going to be intentional that some of those 18-year-olds that need that bump to graduate on time, we're going to come to their rescue.
Thank you, Alana. And then we have one comment from Peter Cummings. Peter says, this project seems like it's shovel ready. Surely people will come forward to support it.
We are so, I love the construction language because we are going for construction. I love shovel ready. Yes, we're going, ODOT, you can laugh, but yeah, Micah, that's with ODOT in the OJT. Now she's in the compliance world. We're going forward. We're giving folks skill ready talent to where most employers would say, we don't have the bandwidth. We don't have the budget. We can't find the workers. Like right now, the unions are on fire. You know, they can't find workers, so they say. So we'll start off with the pilot and show them that the workers are available, especially in this market.
Thanks again, Alana. Our final presenter today is Dory Olivos, and Dory is from the Rocky River Public Library. Okay, Dory, over to you.
All right, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for hanging out until the bitter end. I appreciate it. Thanks to everyone and all their passionate and just incredible presentations. It was been fun over the last couple of weeks to get to see everybody's work. Today, again, my name is Dory Olivos. I'm the Adult Services Manager at Rocky River Public Library. Rocky River Public Library is an independent library on the west side of Cleveland. We're in a small community of about 22,000 people. We have about 22,000 card holders, which are from all over the Northeastern Ohio community. So we serve a wide swath of Western Cleveland and the western suburbs. Today, my project is directed towards building better access to Rocky River Public Library e-resources. I chose to do this particular project because I have noticed that some of our e-resources don't get a lot of usage, and we do devote quite a bit of money to them. And so I wanted to take the time to use data, research, surveys, to get some insight into why they might not be being used as much as I think they should be used, and maybe to develop a plan to get them more usage, more awareness, and to maybe make some new choices, get some new things, or eliminate some older things. Why this project? Again, part of the mission of Rocky River Public Library is to provide information and diverse perspectives from quality and reliable resources. E-resources are fundamental to this mission. They're a core component of our services. From school-age children to adults, library users can use e-resources anytime, anywhere. And the resources are used for information, education, and entertainment value. They also bridge the digital divide, so that could open some economic opportunities for people if they are using them for classes or other kinds of educational opportunities, and they improve the quality of life of our patrons. E-resources also are expensive. We fund them with our local Rocky River tax dollars, as well as state resources. The Ohio state government does give Ohio libraries a fund every year to pay for their services. And we're lucky in Ohio here, we have lots of libraries that are incredible. So That's why, when you go to other library systems in different states, they may charge you for borrowing materials. But here in Ohio, we are very well funded. But it's important to make sure that those funds are being used well. So I wanted to from my experience, I've noticed that there are limited ways to measure the use of e-resources. We generally use user statistics. And currently, these statistics show that some of these e-resources are underutilized. I'd like to develop a more qualitative way of looking at the e-resources as well. And I thought this project would be the perfect opportunity to really take a deep dive and to look at our e-resources collection, because I don't normally have a lot of time to really dive into some of these things. I like this quote because it sort of shares what I think are the key elements of e-resources. Access to e-resources in public libraries is the key to unlocking a world of information and opportunity, breaking down barriers of distance, time, and accessibility, and ensuring that knowledge is available to everyone, everywhere. So to get started, I did a SWOT analysis. The strengths of our library are that we have a pretty healthy budget, so we can buy quality e-resources, and we have a strong community that supports us. Weaknesses are we really haven't worked with other outside community agencies. It would be great to be able to share what we have with them so that they're more aware of them. Opportunities, our biggest opportunity is that we have a new marketing manager and a new director who are very open to suggestions for updates and changes, and for me taking the time to do this. I don't think we have a lot of threats. I think the biggest one is that our new marketing manager has a lot on his plate. He's just one person, so it's a lot to ask him to devote a lot of time to updating the website. But he's more than willing to help, so it's just a matter of time. A little bit of background for people that aren't super familiar with libraries. We do have 33 total e-resource subscriptions. These do not include ebooks and e-audiobooks. They're kind of a separate entity among themselves. 11 of these subscriptions are purchased directly by Rocky River Public Library. The other 17 are provided by Oplin, which is the Ohio Public Library Network. They're free to us, although I'm sure I've taxed to pay for some of those. And 6 are provided by CleveNet, which is a consortium of libraries that we belong to, such as Cleveland Public Library, Hudson, Shaker. So we share resources and we pay a fee for that. E-resources are available to library card holders through the library website at www.rrpl.org in case you want to explore. And we do have e-resources that fall under 2 topics in our menu. So at the top of this slide is just the top menu of our website that shows the drop-down menus. Research tools has both research databases and educational tools. It's kind of your more traditional drop-down menu with everything in alphabetical order or by subject. Books and media drops down to digital library, where you can access ebooks, streaming media, and educational tools. And as I said before, there's quite a bit of overlap between both of those. It would be nice to tidy that up and make it easier for people to navigate. I started with some questions to see what would be the barriers to access. What could potentially be the barriers to access? Do users know about the e-resources, but they really don't need them? Can they find them on the website? Do they realize that we provide these tools for free? Or are there digital literacy issues? Do patrons have access to technology? The first step, I thought, would be to conduct a patron needs assessment, which would be primarily looking at doing a survey and looking at some of our current data, and then to review current resources and identify gaps. SMART goals start with designing that survey. So the first one would be to research and design a survey. I would hope that some people would volunteer to participate in an in-person focus group after that. I also wanted to take a look at evaluation tools for the e-resources. Is there something that I could have that I could have on paper to actually evaluate each individual e-resource that we have. Excuse me. And then additionally, I wanted to have a list of recommendations to provide to our marketing manager to better market the resources and improve the website. And then finally, actually using all that information to decide what resources we do and do not want. I have, excuse me. The action plan breaks those down into further steps. So I did do a bunch of research into library surveys. Library Research Services is an organization that provides examples of a variety of library surveys. So I used them, and I developed a survey. I ran it through marketing manager, the deputy director, and our staff to get feedback. We used something called Typeform, which is a survey tool that the library subscribes to, which allowed me to create a survey that flowed nicely. And if somebody answered a question no, to flow to a different question. So it was a little more complicated than just a straight Survey Monkey. I tried a couple different things. We added the survey to the website, to the internal public computers, and to the monthly newsletter. And I had originally wanted it to be a little bit earlier in spring, but we weren't able to put it up until May of 2024. So we had it up for about 2 weeks in May. And based on those responses, I was hoping to get some people, again, that volunteered to come in person. And I did get a few people. So I developed a list of questions, and we completed those interviews by June of 2024. And then I took a deep dive into some e-resource evaluation tools in academic and public libraries, and I began to develop a tool. I'm beginning to develop a tool that will combine survey results with the cost and usage statistics. So again, a sort of quantitative and qualitative look at our e-resources, hoping to finish that by the end of the month. And I'm also creating a list of recommendations for the deputy director and the marketing manager, and I'm hoping to finish that by October. And then finally, goal number 5, we have a budget meeting that always happens. We have to have our budget completed by October. So by then, I'm hoping to use the survey results and that evaluation data to determine keeping and eliminating or maybe getting some new e-resources. However, I do want to wait maybe another year to see if any of these recommendations for creating better access make a difference in terms of usage statistics. So I probably won't make a lot of decisions based on it this year. Just a little background usage data. So this is a tiny, tiny little chart that no one's going to be able to read, but I thought I'd share it anyway, because it gives you kind of an idea of how many e-resources we do have. We do a monthly, we keep monthly statistics on the e-resources, and then we have them going back to about 2020. So I have a few years worth of statistics. It does look like at the top bunch are underutilized. They're the CleveNet and Open e-resource subscriptions that I don't have a lot of control over, but those at the bottom are our RPL e-subscriptions. And a few have gone down since 2020. The Resume one, the Skills First, Value Line, which is investments, Creative Bug, which is crafts, and National Geographic. A lot of the other ones have grown or maintained their usage. Our highest usage is newspapers, like the National Newspaper Corps, and the Consumer Reports gets a lot, but that's not really ours, and the LinkedIn Learning. Ebooks and e-audiobooks continue to grow. They pretty much market themselves, though there are still surprisingly a lot of people that are unfamiliar with them. So you can get ebooks and e-audiobooks from the library for free. You do not have to subscribe to Spotify, just a little side FYI. More promotion never hurts, however, so they'll be included in our promotional recommendations. Looking at the survey, we only had 128 respondents, which I know is not a lot, but it gives you some idea. 21 of those people prefer physical copies of items. They don't use e-resources at all. And the bias of the survey is that it was only available online, so most did have access to technology. So that's something I might want to explore in the future with a written survey. While looking at e-resource use by type, most people do ebooks, e-audiobooks, and online databases. Most did not cite a large barrier to e-resources, but there were about 20% of the respondents that said they weren't even aware of what we had, and they had difficulty accessing the resources. So that's enough of a response to be concerned about it. And most of those people, their chief concern was difficulty in navigating the website. There were some suggestions for additional e-resources, historical newspapers, foreign language publications or sign language publications, Foundation Directory, that is a grant. It organizes grant opportunities, and Freegal, which is a music streaming service. A lot of our respondents did suggest that we have some classes and handouts on how to use resources. We have tried a little bit of that in the past, but we haven't done it in an organized way. As far as the results from the in-person interviews, the 3 patrons and 1 board person that I interviewed did recommend some website interface improvements and more help statements, maybe some kind of personalized service. They were very interested in a targeted newsletter and more social media advertisements. I did also ask staff through just a general email, and they, of course, recommended more staff training and some community collaborations with the schools in particular. So armed with all that information, I'm starting to create some recommendations to improve access and to improve our patron experience. Number 1 would be updating the website, creating a more prominent e-resources section with a simplified navigation menu. I'm hoping to combine those 2 menu items into one and having a drop-down menu that would separate out the different kinds of e-resources between educational and more research and more streaming media. Enhancing digital literacy is big. I have a staff of 10 and 8 of them are librarians. So I'd like to assign librarians to different e-resources to learn them thoroughly, and then they can become the subject experts. We don't often have a lot of time to delve into some of these things. So to actually do some training intentionally on some of the e-resources would be great. And then they can hold some, hands-on workshops and demos. They can create step-by-step guides and video tutorials. And I'm hoping to incorporate some of that into programming, having some webinars or having, sorry about that, some, if a programming fits a particular topic, to have some suggestions on the tools that can be used with that topic. I apologize, sorry. Continuing recommendations, I'd like to boost awareness and promotion, to plan some social media campaigns and email newsletters, to develop website promotions, do some of that personalized instruction that people were talking about, such as having specific resources outlined for parents or kids or for job seekers. We definitely need to do a better job of in-library signage and displays, pointing people to different e-resources. For example, in the crafts section, we could have some signage about Creative Bug or things like that in the craft section of the books. And we definitely want to work on developing community partnerships. We want to collaborate with local schools. We want to come to the schools to talk about their e-resources. If we have librarians that know their stuff now, we could send people out to talk to people, to the businesses, and to the senior center. In working on an e-resource evaluation tool, I did do some research into evaluation methods and tools, mostly through academic journals and the American Library Association. Most data comes from academic settings because e-resources are directly tied to curriculum. So it's a little different than a public library setting. And most people continue to just use usage statistics. But I did find a couple of ideas that I'm putting together. Potentially, I will have a tool that will rank in the following categories: ease of use, cost effectiveness, meets community need, and does it support library programming? We could rank it on a scale from 1 to 5. And so take the time on a yearly basis to kind of take a look at those in a more in-depth way. How are we going to measure whether this is a successful effort? I'd like to see an increase in, of course, in the e-resources usage stats. This would be the quantitative portion. Improving digital literacy among patrons, we could measure through a yearly survey, and we could get some user satisfaction rates and feedback through targeted newsletters. We could also get more community feedback if we kind of use those surveys regularly, maybe on a quarterly basis. Through our newsletters, we could ask for feedback, and I'm going to ask to see if we can get something directly on our e-resources page that is a feedback mechanism of some sort. People could directly email and say, you know, if they're having concerns or if they have suggestions, that kind of thing. As far as future goals, the long-term vision is just to continue having updates to the e-resources collection, to expand our partnerships with community groups, and continue to engage the leadership and the community in the value of e-resources. We want to make sure we're adapting to trends and patron needs, getting funding for any technology updates, and digital inclusion is very important. I really am hoping that we can get some foreign language materials available so that people are able to use these resources. I'm not sure what's out there, but we do have quite a large foreign language speaking population in Rocky River, and I'd like them to be able to use our resources. We can track usage statistics before and after the feedback, before and after the implementation of the recommendations. And I also like to look at other libraries that have the same kind of demographic and the same size, and they, you know, whether they're independent libraries, and take a look and see what they're doing too. In conclusion, e-resources are a core component of the services provided to the members of the Rocky River Public Library community. E-resources provide digital equity, support, education. They're cost-effective and convenient, and they offer diverse perspectives. And it's essential to commit to a thoughtful management of those e-resources provided, measuring both quantitative and qualitative use to meet community needs and to be responsible with community funding. Building better access to e-resources builds better communities. That's all I got.
That was awesome, Dory. Really awesome. Great job. Hold on, let me just stop sharing your screen. And we do have a lot of questions in here and some comments for you, okay?
Okay.
Yes. All right. Shakana Merritt says, great job, Dory. Are there any plans to reach out to participants who don't have computer access, but visit the library so they are aware of these resources?
Yeah, that's one of the things I want to think about. So we don't do a lot of outreach in the community in terms of going to different organizations and leaving. Maybe we could leave some paper surveys at the senior center or at the Rocky River Recreation Center or some other places where people gather in the community and don't necessarily have access to computers. So yes, I have thinking about that.
Shakana also did offer a suggestion. She suggested maybe using pop-up ads when they use the computers at the library.
Good idea.
Okay. Zakia says, amazing presentation. Amy Mason, excellent. Peter Cummings asks, borrowing from the economic language, do you think people are okay using a general Google search in lieu of an e-product from the library?
Well, I mean, I use general Google searches quite a bit as well, even though I'm here at the library. So there is some, you know, quality information you can get. I think it's a good place to start sometimes, but if you're really digging into things, I think e-resources are a better and more accurate tool. So sometimes, like, if you can, you know, it kind of depends on what you're looking for. You want a business address, Google, of course, you know, you want the CEO of that business, you want to use a e-resource tool like Reference USA to find the accurate and current CEO.
Peter also says, as a former newspaper writer, I can say firsthand that the local news outlets lost most of this battle a decade or more ago. What is the census cohort you're considering trying to reach?
community members in general, I guess. I'm not segmenting people necessarily into different cohorts. Pat?
What age group?
Oh, age group. Sorry, I did not understand that.
Okay, you can put that in first.
Adults primarily, because I'm the adult services manager, but you know, we definitely have some resources for children, and I haven't really taken a look and measured those at all. So
Thank you, Dory. And we also have one more, and this one is from Mindy Vance. I never thought of trying to get audiobooks through the library. Thank you for mentioning that. So you won one person today. Have you thought about trying to find a way to target those of us who use Audible? I would definitely rather use my local library. I started my public service in the library and want to thank you for all the things that you do that most people don't know about.
that's awesome. Yes, we're always trying to tell people about our services. Libraries don't do a great job of marketing themselves. It's not always what we've invested in time or money. But it's the last couple of years, I think there's been a lot more discussion about how to market, how to get out there and let people know what we have. So Libby is what you're looking for. You use it with you have an app on your phone, and you're going to put your library card in there, create an account, bang, bang, boom. You won't get things immediately. You might have to put something on hold, but.
Awesome. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
First of all, I got to comment and say that was fantastic, Dory. I love the fact that the Rocky River Public Library is one of our larger sponsors. We've had a tradition of the leadership coming through, and I appreciate you being part of that team. And I know that the Rocky River Public Library is a standalone organization, but you all have really been one of our large stakeholders. So I just want to say thank you for continuing that tradition. I do have one comment, and this is a good, what I am is the king of corny. So this is what popped in my head. Growing up, I used to have the bookmobile, an actual bus that would come down the street, and everybody from the neighborhood would jump on the bus, grab books, and check them out. Have you ever had like a virtual bookmobile, or you take something and go to like an actual market, farmer's market, or something in Rocky River to kind of showcase what virtual resources are available, or how that stuff works?
We have not. However, we have used, so Overdrive is the company that provides our audiobooks and ebooks. They're a local company. I think they're in Solon. So they have a giant bookmobile. And when we have different events, they will come and show people kind of how to, they have a physical bookmobile, but you walk inside and there's digital materials. So they will help us, but we do not, but that's a good idea. I don't know that we can have an actual physical.
Even I was thinking even like a pop-up, like just a little table at a square, like an affair or something like that.
Yeah, yes.
Stuff like that.
We've done a few of those kinds of things, but it would be nice to that's why it was great to take the time to do this, to kind of think through it a lot more. Sometimes I feel like I'm juggling balls all the time. So to really have the time to think through and to regularly schedule some of those things would be great. Yes.
Great job.
Thank you.
So much. I just wanted to finish up. I know it's been a long day, but I think it's been a great day. Thank you for everybody's commitment to excellence for not only today's presentations, but the first part one as well. It's just been fantastic. Thank you for doing a great job. Your support of your organizations, your leadership, your management. I know that it was not only the financial contribution, but it was also the work release. And PMA is tough. PMA is like a marathon. It's not only the sessions, but the assignments and the projects. And when you cross the finish line, especially with these strong projects like today and last week, you should definitely be proud of yourself. This is a major accomplishment, and you've done some serious work to help out the citizens of the state of Ohio. So I'm not going to blabber on because I know we're all tired. You want to move on to lunch and the rest of your weekend. So thank you. Congratulations. It's been an honor and privilege to work with you, and I look forward to hearing about the next steps of your career and success. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.